Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Shepto.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, this morning's first witness is Peter Dunn, AO, retired Major General. Mr. Dunn is already seated in the witness box. May he be given the affirmation.
Do you, Peter Dunn, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Operator, can you please display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the tender bundle in the manner they are described in the list.
Thank you. They'll be accepted into evidence then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Aside from some introductory matters, there are three primary topics that I propose to canvass with Mr. Dunn this morning. Firstly, the role of leadership in defence. Secondly, the differences between directive leadership and inclusive leadership. And thirdly, how to affect enterprise-wide change within a large organisation. Mr. Dunn, it's not possible to canvass your extensive military experience, but commencing with when you joined the Army, am I correct that you joined in 1965?
Correct.
And you subsequently served in the Vietnam War?
Yes.
And you were promoted to Major General in 1997 after conducting a review for the then Chief of Defence Force and Minister for Defence?
Correct.
And what was that review?
That was the Defence Efficiency Review, a review designed to shift resources from administrative and headquarter areas into combat areas in defence.
Can you sort of briefly summarise what prompted the review and what your role was in the review?
I was the head of the Secretariat, so led the teams actually doing the inquiry. It was a defence-wide review. As I said, the concern was that there were far too many resources being expanded in the back end of defence, so to speak. Very large headquarters, very large numbers of headquarters, and at that time, Defence was struggling to fill combat units in all three services. There was a review already underway in the United Kingdom. The then Minister for Defence, the new Minister for Defence, there'd been a change of government that brought this review on, was in close contact with the UK Minister for Defence, and in an exchange there, our Minister for Defence, Ian McLaughlin, decided that a review similar to that being conducted in the UK should be conducted in Australia. And there was no target given, but there was a view within government and other areas that a lot of resources could be moved into the combat area.
And what were the key outcomes of that review?
There were a series of restructures that were directed, mandated by government after the review was produced. In particular, there was a different approach to be undertaken to the management of strategic defence personnel policy. There were changes, major changes to be made to the manner of acquisition of major equipments and the logistic support that was to be provided to those. Also, major changes in the information systems organisations and also the corporate services organisations. It was not tasked in any way to go into the structure of combat elements.
You mentioned changes at a strategic level. In what were those changes?
We created organisations such as, well, we created, it was recommended and accepted that organisations such as a bringing together of all of the personnel policy areas into one organisation known as the Defence Personnel Executive, now the Defence Personnel Group, I understand. Bring those together under a single umbrella, and also bring together, wherever possible, administration, information systems, and in about 12 months' time after the review to commence bringing together material acquisition and logistics. And those two things were to be brought together as well, if you like. So whenever a major acquisition was proposed, the logistic support for that was a complete part of that organisation.
Did the review also propose a joint operations model as opposed to the previously sort of siloed nature of each of the three services?
Yes, there was already a joint operations headquarters operating. That was elevated. That was considered to be particularly important. But as I said, and it was definitely a part of the review, but that movement was already underway. And this review reinforced that, because that same bringing together of joint operations became joint personnel, became joint acquisition. And the idea was that, and still remains today, that in modern warfare there are very few single service operations, that we had to operate in a joint environment for the best combat effect.
And did the review call for an overarching integrated leadership philosophy for defence?
The review itself didn't do that, but that came after the review. It was evident once, particularly the personnel areas were brought together, there were differences in approach to leadership throughout defence. And because of the joint nature of operations that were occurring then and were likely to occur in the future, and had occurred for some time actually, it was clear that leadership philosophies needed to be aligned within the three services.
Now, am I correct that after that review you were appointed to be the head of the Defence Personnel Executive, which is now the Defence People Group?
That's correct.
And for what period of time did you occupy that role?
3.5 years.
And what were your key responsibilities as head of Defence Personnel Executive?
It was all strategic personnel policy. This was everything from housing, salaries, training, and conditions of service. Everything that related to the individual recruiting is in there as well.
In terms of recruiting, are you able to provide the commissioners with an example of what you were doing, for example, in that space at that time?
One of the issues was retention, and recruiting and retention always go hand in hand. An example of that was to look in each of the three services to see whether the expectations of new recruits were actually met when they arrived in their units or on their ships or in their squadrons of aircraft. We found that indeed the recruiting publicity did not necessarily match what individuals experienced when they went into those three areas, or those areas that I've mentioned. And so programs are put in place to make sure that the expectations were managed and that the expectations met what people joined the services to do.
And was one of your key responsibilities as head of Defence Personnel Executive to deliver the outcomes and implement the recommendations of the efficiency review?
In regards to personnel, absolutely. But because I had been the head of the Secretariat for the review, I was required to attend many other meetings, discussions with ministers or with the Chief of Defence Force and the Secretary of the Department on what was intended in the review and how it might be implemented.
And am I correct that prior to the Defence Efficiency Review, you also played a role in leading the Army in the 21st century and restructuring the Army, which were two related force structure initiatives undertaken by the Australian Army in the 1990s?
That's correct. Immediately prior to undertaking the Defence Efficiency Review as the head of the Secretariat, I'd been appointed as the Director General of Force Development Land, which was a grand title, but actually meant that I was to undertake a complete review of the structure of the Army and the equipment in the Army in order to meet the then government's policy of defence of Australia. It was felt by government and indeed by the other services that the Army did not have sufficient justification for its current structure. And indeed, when we started with the defence policy, and I was working for the Minister Assisting, Mr. Arch Bevis, when we looked at the then government policy, the structure did not lend itself to meeting that policy. It was quite controversial because it did require a major change. And having tabled that report, or that report being tabled in Parliament very shortly thereafter, or about simultaneous with that, the government changed. And of course, there were different policies put in place.
Thank you.
But it was a major change management structural review.
Thank you. And after your 3.5 years as Head of Defence Personnel Executive, what was your next role?
I was moved to the Head of Change Management for the creation of the then Defence Material Organisation, the first step of which was to bring together under one roof defence acquisition and logistics organisations, and then to put in place a complete new system of acquisition, different systems of meeting various gates, passes through government, a series of approvals to try and minimise the number of projects that were then listed, what was known as projects of concern.
Were those also recommendations made by the Efficiency
Yes, it was.
Review? And when did you retire from the Defence Force?
In 2002.
And was that to take up another opportunity, or
Pardon?
was that to take up another opportunity, or what did you do after that?
No, well, yes and no. I was considering where my career would go at that stage. I decided that I would move out of uniform. Very briefly, I was offered a position by the then Secretary of Defence in Defence, and I thought that was a very good offer. I took that. I was there a very short while before the 2003 Canberra bushfire disaster, and then subsequent to that I was asked to lead the restructure of the emergency services in the ACT after that disaster, and also assist in the recovery process within Canberra.
So was that in your position, or your appointed position as the Commissioner and CEO of Canberra Emergency Services?
That's correct.
And what specifically did you do as part of that role?
The essential part was to rebuild the emergency services, less ACT policing. The emergency services had been totally overwhelmed. They had been very damaged, both physically and mentally, by that. There were major leadership issues evident in the way in which emergency services were managed in the response to a major disaster. And so it was a complete restructure and rebuild based on the recommendations of the coronial inquiry that followed the fire, and also a separate inquiry into the operational response.
And in terms of the leadership issues and the organisational restructure, that's what you were involved in?
That was my responsibility, yes.
And for how long did you act as Commissioner?
3.5 years.
And since then, I understand that you've moved to the private sector, is that correct?
Yes, after that initial reorganisation was undertaken, I moved in to the private sector world consulting and worked in the areas of strategic leadership, change management and crisis management.
In terms of strategic leadership, are you able to expand on your experience in the private sector in that area?
I certainly was able to use all of the experience that I'd built in defence, and then used that plus the experience I gained in private enterprise, working with large corporations, to blend those two things together, and saw that there was a great similarity between the two.
And you are still a consultant in that space?
I'm freelancing. I was consulting actively in that space until December 2019, when I, with my wife, was caught up in the Black Summer fires on the south coast of New South Wales. We survived that and then spent the next year helping coordinate the volunteer community-led recovery. So that was basically the end of my professional experience. Since that time, I've been working in various areas on change management and leadership on a pro bono basis, particularly with community groups.
And am I correct that you've also written a handbook titled Preparing to Lead in Crisis that was published by Echo Books in 2018?
Yes, that's correct. That was a book based on a series of both contracts and studies that I undertook into major natural disasters and some man-made disasters to look at the leadership aspects of the response to those disasters, some 15 major disasters in all.
And draw from those disasters key learnings, is that?
Yeah, what became evident in a number of the contracts that I was involved in, lessons learned contracts, these are known as, that themes started to emerge that when things went wrong in the response to a major disaster, there was a degree of commonality in the causes of those errors, and there were trends appearing. And so we kept digging further and further into that, and confirmed that when things went wrong, there were some very obvious errors that were being made, and that they were consistent across each of the ones that we looked at. We felt that it was important to bring those together and put those out into the public arena. I had been doing that in a series of courses that I'd been involved in down in Victoria after the 2009 fires and other major events, where we were training, or I was training, helping train whole of government groups to respond into those areas of disaster. And I was asked to actually produce a handbook to put that all together.
And I'll come to those learnings in a moment, but I'll just finish with your experience. I understand that you also gave evidence at the Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements, and perhaps more colloquially known as the Bushfires Royal Commission.
Correct.
And on what topics did you address that commission?
I was particularly community recovery, the leadership that was required, leadership that was required both at local government level and within communities. How do you get that leadership? What type of leadership is required? And also leadership experiences as a community person, seeing the emergency services respond.
Thank you. Well, moving to the first topic of the role of leadership, I'd like to start by asking about the importance of good leadership. So what impact does good leadership have on the health of the members of an organisation like Defence?
Well, I think it's self-evident that without good leadership, you're not going to have an effective organisation. The health of the people in there and the well-being are not going to be attended to correctly, and they can be taken in completely the wrong direction. And it is a fundamental for big corporations and smaller ones too, but certainly big corporations in private enterprise, and certainly in the defence organisation and in the police and emergency services.
And what role does leadership play in mitigating workplace stressors and risks, including psychological risks?
It plays a huge role. The work that I did when I first started consulting was with an organisation, a global organisation called Hay Group, not to be confused with Hayes Recruiting, a completely different organisation. It's now known as Corn Ferry Hay Group. It was the largest organisational strategic leadership corporation in the world at the time, also involved in leadership remuneration as well. They were the two streams. That organisation was based on the premise that you cannot succeed in either business or defence forces or emergency services without really effective leadership. That leadership influenced directly the organisational culture, which was defined then as how things are done around here, and organisational climate, which was defined differently as what it's like to work here. That second point, organisational climate, is directly and very quickly influenced by leadership. And that is what really impacts on the individuals. It is something that is still to this day not well understood, whereas organisational culture, how things are done around here, could in fact be a process that might be archaic, it might be almost historic, but it's still a good place to work, and it doesn't necessarily affect the individual's well-being. But organisational climate does a direct outcome of the leader.
And what role, if any, does a shared sense of purpose or vision play in maintaining a health and happy workforce?
Critically important. Everybody must know what the purpose is. That purpose must be clearly articulated, supported by everybody, not contested. It emanates in a military organisation, right from the government down through the senior leadership, right down to the units in the field of whatever service. It is absolutely imperative that it is clearly articulated. People know what they are there for, what they're required to do, and the outcomes that are sought.
And what roles do leaders have in cultivating that shared sense of purpose?
The leader may well be given that purpose, but the leader has to understand it. Now, I'm saying the leader, I'm talking about at every level, all the way through. They have to be able to articulate that purpose, as I've said, and they need to be able to explain it. It's not sufficient simply be able to say that we are here for ABC. They must be able to say that we are here for ABC, and these are the reasons why.
At a practical level, how can that be achieved in an organisation like Defence?
By expressing those elements very, very clearly. So if we were to go to another combat operation, for example, it's knowing right from the very top to the very bottom what the purpose of that operation is, what the basis of that operation is, why it is an appropriate operation to be undertaking, and so forth, all the way down.
And can I ask, what role, if any, does accountability play in fostering good leadership and governance?
Sorry, what role does
Accountability play?
accountability? Leaders are absolutely accountable in every respect for taking that responsibility down through the organisation, and men and women in the organisation, whether it's a private enterprise organisation, defence or whatever, emergency services, they need to know that their leaders have their back and will step up and take accountability for those leadership elements.
Is it also important for leaders to be seen to be held accountable?
I think it's absolutely essential that leaders know that they're going to be held accountable. This doesn't mean to say that they're going to back off. This is the mantle that you take on when you become a leader at any level, that you are going to be held accountable for your actions. Now, this is why I say it's particularly important that the purpose of a particular mission is consistent throughout the whole organisation.
Well, can I now move to discussing two leadership styles with which I understand you are familiar? They are directive leadership and inclusive leadership. How would you describe the leadership style in Defence?
The first thing I'll say is that no single leadership style fits every circumstance. So we need to make that very clear from the start. Leaders need to have a number of tools in their toolbox, leadership toolbox, to be able to operate effectively. Two key styles, of course, are directive leadership and inclusive leadership. And these are not mutually exclusive, but they are very different. The directive leadership style is best used when you are dealing with familiar problems, and I think this is incredibly important. If you're dealing with familiar problems, then you can direct quite familiar responses. I have situation A in front of me that requires response B, carry it out. If the situation is unfamiliar, there's a lot of ambiguity, there are weak signals, then the directive leadership style is not as effective as the inclusive leadership style, which requires leaders to better understand the skills of a diverse group of people that are working for them. And in most cases now, people are in diverse teams. So the inclusive style is much better suited to situations when we are dealing with unfamiliar situations. Now, I think a classic example of that in the military sense is that from the Vietnam War on, the ADF has been involved in asymmetric warfare, with one exception, which was Gulf War I. When you're dealing in asymmetric warfare, you are dealing in very unfamiliar territory. There are times when you're dealing with familiar territory. I'll make that point. So therefore, to be a successful leader in today's environment, when we now add cyber, drone technology, whole of government, aid and development workers, other government agencies involved in an operation, you need also to be skilled in inclusive leadership in order to get the talent and the plans out and be effective for the particular unfamiliar situation that you are facing.
Can I just take a step back just for a second? Can you please explain to the commissioners, just briefly, what is directive leadership?
Well, directive leadership is something that emanates from a lot of rehearsal, a lot of practice, a lot of training, so that you plan to react in certain ways for familiar circumstances. It might be the response, an immediate response in an army unit to a particular threat. It could be the way in which a ship will respond, a ship's crew will manoeuvre and operate the ship in a particular circumstance, or indeed aircraft. But the key is that the training can be undertaken for those sorts of circumstances, pre-planning can be done, and it can be, directive leadership can allow a response to be conducted very, very quickly.
Is the key element to it the issuing of orders and the following of orders?
Issue of orders and the following orders, and this can be done because you're in a familiar situation. So those orders, and the more senior you become or the more experienced you become, the more time you've been doing it, the more familiar you can become with different circumstances, so you can issue those orders very, very quickly. There's a big trap here, though. The trap is that the human nature is such, the brain is such, that we'll always try and see situations as being familiar. We'll always look for patterns, we'll always look for similarities, and this can lead us, with the application of various unconscious biases, to pick the wrong answer and give the wrong orders and exercise leadership in the wrong way. And that's why I'm saying you need to have different forms of leadership available to you in your toolbox. Yep. But the directive leadership style is the issuance of orders based on an assumption that you're dealing with a familiar event. It applies equally in private enterprise, military, or the emergency services. But it has this one big potential pitfall in that you may assume you're seeing a familiar situation when in fact you are not.
Does the directive leadership style encourage feedback or questioning?
No, because you're responding very quickly to something. All leaders would say, I'm sure, that they would welcome the feedback and welcome some questions. But if you are dealing with a familiar situation, that is generally considered to be unnecessary. Now, I'm generalising there, but as a generalisation, I know this situation, I've seen it before, I know how to respond to it, and that's the way we're going to go. If something goes a little awry, I've expected that, I've experienced that, the same process applies again. It does not encourage that feedback because it's unnecessary. After the event, there should be feedback, of course, that may or may not occur.
So we've been talking about directive leadership. In terms of inclusive leadership, what are the key elements of inclusive leadership?
Key elements that you flip the leadership style in many respects. I'd just like to say, if I can use the term with inclusive leadership, don't think for one moment it's standing around holding hands singing Kumbaya. It's quite different. It is not that. Your responsibility and accountability is still there. I say flip it. If I was to run a leadership training program for directive leadership, I would be focusing the leaders on themselves. They'd have to learn all sorts of things about themselves, good communication skills, integrity, honesty, all the rest of it. That's important. If I was running a program on inclusive leadership, I'd be teaching those leaders how to actually understand the people that they are leading and understand what their skills are, understand what their strengths are, understand what their weaknesses are, and understand how to get from them the response that you're hoping to get, or get the actual, some of the actual solutions or suggestions from them. The leader still has absolute responsibility and accountability for the decision that's finally taken to proceed in a certain way. But we are taking diverse teams in inclusive leadership. We are learning as leaders how to get the very best out of those teams. And in particular, we're learning to listen to those teams for what I call weak signals. The weak signals that start to indicate that things are not as they seem. The things that indicate that perhaps there is an out-of-scale event occurring here. An example of this are the weak signals that have surrounded some of the major natural disasters that certainly I've been involved in and indeed studied as well, in that all of the signs, for example, before the Black Summer fires were there, they were not necessarily picked up and they were not necessarily acted on. That was the same in 2003 in Canberra. So there is an automatic response, directive leadership, but in fact you are responding to something that is much bigger, not picking up those weaker signals. So you need both elements of leadership, and I would have to say within defence there are many areas that exhibit this extremely well, but it's not universal.
Can I ask, why in your view is inclusive leadership important in an organisation like Defence?
Well, I think the thing that is offered is having seen now over some 20 years, well, a lifetime, one lifetime in the military, seeing how that operates in asymmetric warfare and seeing that there are difficulties with directive leadership there. I think that is an important learning of experience. But then going out into private enterprise and seeing exactly the same issues being dealt with, but with some more tenacity, I might add, in areas such as energy companies or electrical and gas distributing companies as they were then becoming energy distribution companies, making those big changes now in the emergency services in relation to climate change and what they're actually facing. These experiences have come together to make me even more convinced that we must, as leaders in any organisation, but particularly in defence, be adept at both directive and inclusive leadership. And if I was to assess where deficiencies lie at the moment, I would say it is in the inclusive leadership area, and much more needs to be done in that area at all levels. And I think that's key, at all levels.
Can I ask then, what role, if any, does gender play in inclusive leadership?
Well, that's immediately brought in diversity to the organisation, and that was a large part of my role when I was head DPE, as we were moving to recruit more and more women into the services, and importantly, put them into combat and combat-related roles. By definition, you now have a diverse group. By definition, inclusive leadership is a style that will be used more frequently, if not the dominant style of leadership that will be used. And now also we have other differences, not just gender, but ethnic backgrounds and the like, all of which need to be taken into account, which means we've got to be much more adept and I'll say flexible in our leadership styles, choosing which one to use at any one time.
So in terms of inclusive leadership, a component of that is embracing diversity and getting the best out of that diversity.
That's right. Inclusive leadership is known for its ability to get the best out of diverse teams. It's one of the I think best definitions of inclusive leadership. But as I said before, it's not sufficient to simply say, look, we agree with inclusive leadership, this is a good thing, it's going to be run in there alongside directive leadership, it's going to be one of the foremost styles that we'll use, and just leave it at that. The flip is the leader has to be taught and has to practice actually developing techniques to go and find out about the strengths and weaknesses of their team in a different way. I'll give you an example. If a leader was to only talk down to one level, the next immediate group of subordinates, whatever information the leader gleans will by definition be filtered. There is a system which is often known as 2 up, 2 down, where the leader routinely goes out from their offices or their command posts or their command centre and talks regularly down at least a couple of levels. And this is learning what's going on, this is picking up this weak signals, likewise going up. Now you actually have to learn to do that, and you have to practice it and you have to establish that. Why? Because certainly in some corporations, public service and some parts of defence that I have experience with, it's an absolute anathema to go down below the next level or go above the next level. It is absolutely forbidden. You must not do this. You mustn't talk to my boss, or you mustn't talk to my subordinate. But in fact, that's exactly what you need to do. Now, leaders have to be taught how to do that, and they have to be taught that it's going to happen to them. So the training program that I'd put in place would be in part designed to make people comfortable with that. And that means that the leader has to get away from the committees, the meetings, the audits, the spot checks, whatever it might be, and get out and talk to their people. Now that's been a self-evident truth about leadership for as long as I've ever been in the military, and I'm sure many years before that and after. But people don't do it. And then there is this fear that the boss is talking to my subordinates, or a subordinate is talking to my boss. And that's an example of the sort of training that has to be undertaken to see how that can work.
I'll come to training just a little bit later. Can I just ask, just following on from what you're saying in terms of the defence context, in that context, there is obvious importance in following command directives and also consistency and uniformity. So how does a commander strike a balance between directive leadership and inclusive leadership?
It's picking the time. And I think what I've tried to do is describe 2 circumstances. If I'm working in a familiar environment, then directive leadership is a reasonable approach to take, because we've all been trained in that and we know what to do, and there's a high likelihood of success if we respond to that well. If I'm working in an environment that is not familiar, and as I've said, in the combat sense, asymmetric warfare is a classic example of this in my view, then the directive style of leadership does not necessarily work all the time. And we have to be far more nuanced, we have to be far more adept at picking up the signals, listening to alternatives, and we must be very, very careful in those circumstances not to keep operating in the same way, simply to create the illusion of familiarity. Because often that is an illusion, that in fact we are dealing with an asymmetry. That means that our adversary will use constantly changing techniques and tactics, and we have to be flexible enough to move to that. An example in the emergency services is being able to respond to extreme weather events caused by climate change. You have to constantly adapt to that. I know it is exactly the same in law enforcement in terms of responding to organised crime and to the tools and some of the techniques that are available now because of technology and financial manipulation, etc. So in these circumstances for which we are not absolutely prepared, we need to be able to work with inclusive leadership type styles.
But does inclusive leadership also have a role in the familiar setting, the day-to-day setting?
In fact,
rather
it's
than
more
just the
important in
unfamiliar?
day-to-day settings. not more important. It's very important in day-to-day settings. Let me give you an example of an experience that I had when I first joined Hay Group. When I first joined, a very detailed study had been done by our UK office into leadership styles in the British Army. Why? Because there were very high resignation rates occurring in the British Army as troops returned from Bosnia and other operations. It was extraordinary. A study was undertaken, and our company found, that the main reason for troops leaving the British Army at that time was that when they returned and came into barracks, before they went on a subsequent tour to Bosnia, the leadership styles didn't change. It was as if they were still in combat operations with the UN in Bosnia. And that drove people out. The rotations were occurring quite rapidly, and so the junior and middle-ranking leaders were not altering their leadership style at all. It was interesting that when that report was produced to the British Chief of the General Staff, the report was thrown out, and so too were the people that did the report. Never, just don't want to hear about it. 3 years later, they're asked to come back. The complaint was, from all of the interviews that were conducted, was that no one was asking us, no one was engaging with us, no one was seeing what we really needed, and no one was repairing the damage that was done on that tour. Now, it means that when you come back to barracks, or you come back to port, or you're back to your air base, there needs to be this ability to move into different leadership styles to suit that particular situation.
So it's the
and it may be that
the
you stay in the
adaptability.
inclusive style a long time.
So it's the adaptability.
It's adaptability, absolutely.
So can I just move, in terms of your handbook that you wrote, you referred to having analysed a lot of emergency disasters, you referred to key findings or learnings that you obtained from that. I understand that to be the key attributes of a good leader. What are those?
Well, the first one is to understand the scale of the event. That's the big one, or a big one. To not just assume through familiarity that you straight away recognise the size and scope of the event that you're dealing with, or the importance of the event. That's one. The other attributes, particularly, seem self-evident, but they weren't, because there were failures in these areas in each of the 15 disasters that I either worked on or looked at, and that is that they must be approachable, they must be calm, and they must be sensibly optimistic. They've got to be positive. Now, I don't think anyone would disagree that it is self-evident that a leader should have those things, but when you add them all together, what does it mean? It means that to be effective in a crisis situation, a leader has to present in a way that people are quite prepared to come up and talk to them. And that's the approachability. And they must be considered to be sensible. If they were saying that there is absolutely no problem, we'll divert this raging flood torrent around the town, their subordinates would probably laugh at them, and they'd have no credibility. So the optimism does play a role here. If they're prone to yelling and shouting and ranting and thumping the desk, then no one's going to come and talk to them anyway, so that affects the approachability.
You mentioned that was in a crisis situation. Do the same attributes apply to leadership more generally?
Yeah, they are attributes of a leader in any circumstance. What I found in the work that I both experienced in my own leadership experiences and in these the studies, the lessons learned studies that I undertook, it was that you have to make sure that these capabilities are there within your toolbox, as I've said before. But if you find yourself in a crisis, if you're going to pick on any three attributes, having hopefully got the scale of the event right, then these are the three that are most important, because that's how you're going to see and hear what's going on, and that's how you're going to be able to best use your organisation.
And what are the attributes of a poor leader and why?
Well, it's the reverse. If a poor leader does not seek feedback on their own performance, if the poor leader does not listen to the people that they are leading, if the poor leader does not seek out weak signals, as I keep calling them, then the leader will find that they don't have too many followers very quickly. Of course, this presumes that the leader has honesty and integrity, which is an absolute given under any leadership style.
You've referred this morning to leadership in a crisis. When we refer to a crisis, are we referring to a single incident or event, or are we also referring to embedded enterprise-wide issues?
Oh, it could be either. It can certainly be an enterprise-wide issue, no question about that. Crisis can take any form, and it is totally unexpected. That's why it's a crisis. And it might be the scale of the event that turns it into a crisis. It overwhelms the existing organisation, and no amount of attempt at responding in the familiar way, as I've described it, is going to overcome this. In a crisis, you must be open to all inputs.
And is the approach to leadership different for an isolated incident and an enterprise level?
No, you still have to be calm, sensibly optimistic, approachable. You still have to do that. The time taken to resolve it will vary greatly, of course. If it's an isolated incident, you might be able to manage it fairly quickly. You have other issues to deal with today, and of course there's the impact of social media, which in itself presents another leadership challenge for everybody. But organisationally, nationally, or down to a single incident, you still need to perform in the same way. But remember, if I may say so, what we have to do is choose the best style for various moments during that crisis. If there's a matter of life and death, if people need to be moved out of a particular area very quickly, then it will be extremely directive, and police will forcibly move people out of an area in order to save lives. You don't keep doing that all the time, though. But
and equally, it would be the same as choosing the best style in moments of non-crisis.
How do we choose the best style?
Well, is it the same? You're saying in a crisis you have to choose the best style. If it's not a crisis, I assume you also have the same choice.
Well, if it's, we would try and we encourage leaders to have a consistent presentation in their leadership styles. And the last thing we want is to see a reborn leader suddenly halfway through a crisis. We want that consistency so the people that they are leading, that he or she is leading, know what to expect. So it's important that they use a couple of leadership styles regularly in the day-to-day, outside of the crisis, so that when the crisis arrives, the way in which the leader behaves is not considered to be unusual.
So it's about consistency.
It's got to be consistent in the sense that, yes, I've seen that leader operate in this way before, I know that well. Yes, I've seen them operate in this way, I know that well. And indeed, this needs to be a discussion amongst the leadership teams at all levels so that they can know what to expect under various circumstances. But getting this feedback and finding out what's going on in situations that are not familiar is just absolutely incredible. Again, if you repeatedly use the directive leadership style, particularly in situations where it is not appropriate, then we start to convince ourselves that these are familiar styles, and we keep repeating and worsening mistake after mistake after mistake. We have to be very curious, and that's another thing about the inclusive leadership style. The leader must be a very curious person, and that's why I was saying 2 up, 2 down, other techniques to go and find out exactly what's going on.
So there's a lot of analysis as to why, rather than just doing because.
Absolutely. There is a really big emphasis on the why and a big emphasis on what people are actually doing in their business, in their work, right there. And it's not good enough for a leader to say, I practice inclusive leadership. I go to sporting events. I see the ship's team play. I go and have drinks with them afterwards, and I chat and I socialise. That is not what I'm talking about, and that's got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about leaders finding ways of finding out by curiosity and professional requirement exactly what people are doing, and then bringing that back in this inclusive leadership style.
Just focusing on mental health and well-being, is there anything different or specific in terms of leadership and creating a safe working environment that you think is important?
Absolutely. I mentioned organisational climate before, and that is almost solely a leadership responsibility to create an organisation that's a good place to work in. And that, of course, means that we're actually achieving the objectives of the organisation. It's not just a nice place to work in. We're not trying to turn organisations into happy gatherings. There's a job to be done, whether it's private enterprise, emergency services or defence. But it has to be a good place to work in. And the mental health of the team is incredibly important. And the mental health of the other groups around that team is incredibly important. I've had a lot of recent experience with this, and because of the natural disasters, both the fires and then the floods following just recently, and it has been absolutely fundamental to be considering the mental health of both the emergency services workers and the communities, and making sure that everything is done to protect that and build that and strengthen that at all times, because you start to see massive damage if there is a predisposition to a mental illness, or indeed there's a pre-existing mental illness. And it is incredibly important that leaders are aware of this now. I think most leaders are becoming aware of it these days, but it is the leader's job to do it. Now, a lot has been talked over recent years about the stigma associated with mental health. My experience now is shifting. I'm now starting to believe that the thing that we've really got to work on is to get individuals themselves to accept that they may have a mental health issue, to actually cross the Rubicon and say, I need help. And it could be other people saying to them, look, I think you need help. But rather than everyone talking about mental health issues, we've actually got to get individuals to understand better that they have got mental health issues, or importantly, they may have mental health issues. That's up to the leader to actually create that conversation.
So you're saying it's up to the leader to create that environment in which that conversation can be had, or up to the leader to have that conversation?
Yeah, you've got to create that environment, and that leader has to have some technical expertise to draw on. What I'm drawing on now in this response is the technical expertise that I had from outstanding mental health team leaders from New South Wales Health in our community on the South Coast after the Black Summer fires. It was extraordinary. Leaders in various groups, community leaders and other emergency service leaders, had the face-to-face issues to deal with of mental health issues of their own people, themselves and others, but they needed this expertise that they could draw on very quickly at all levels. At one stage, the mental health support was dramatically reduced in New South Wales, happened in Victoria as well, and was replaced with a call centre number, a complete and utter fail. Complete and utter fail. Why? Because the people that were on the other end of that phone had no idea of the details of the circumstances, of the context of the situation. So a key point is that leaders at all levels need ready access to this expertise. And I believe that's exactly the same in the Defence organisation now.
Thank you. I'm just noting the time. I might just move to another topic, which is the one that it's my final one. It's organisational change. What, in your view, are the key ingredients for effecting successful organisational change, and particularly within a large organisation?
The first key element is having the reason for the change very clearly understood. There has to be a reason. A few years ago, the term used to be there has to be a burning platform to respond to. There's got to be a reason for the change. That is absolutely key, and we can talk on some examples of that later if necessary. Once we've got that reason, there has to be a plan established to implement that change. All too often, the reason for change is there, it's announced we're going to change, but then the change doesn't occur. Why? Frequently, and this happened with the implementation of the Defence Efficiency Review and then the undoing of a number of those reforms, frequently, many of the leaders in the organisation don't know what their role is in the new organisation and don't know how to perform it. So they need to go through a period of learning. They need to actually come to understand that. I'm not talking about years here, I'm talking about months, weeks and months or so, a few months maybe. They have to understand the basis of their new role. They have to, in that time, develop a plan for the implementation of the change, and then the implementation starts. So there is the planning and learning phase after the completion, or the determination, I should say, of the reason for the change. Once the change is actually initiated, the leaders themselves must carry that through. They can't put it off to a committee. They can't put it off to a subcommittee of the board. It has to be done by the leaders themselves.
So when you say that leaders should be tasked with implementing change, in the context of the recommendations that will be made by this Royal Commission, which position or positions would that be within
The Chief of Defence Force. And all of the chiefs of joint operations, chiefs of, if it's a new chief of joint personnel or head of DPG at the moment, capability group, and the three services as well. Now, they must sing from exactly the same sheet of music. They must be able to go out all the way down to unit level and articulate the reason for the change and what is going to happen as a result of the change. This has to become the preeminent responsibility. But of course, you could well ask, well, what about the other very busy jobs that they have, all these other things that have to be done, committee meetings or the like, audits and things? Well, that then becomes the secondary role. That is the role of the deputies or the vice or the seconds in command. So the leaders actually have to lead the change. I've seen private enterprise, I've seen emergency services, and I've seen in defence the role of implementing change handed off to another committee or a second in command. And it fails every time.
Well, why does it fail?
Well, for a start, those people change. The leaders themselves, the chiefs or the commanding officer or whoever, or the boards of directors and the CEOs, those people, if they're still doing as the number one priority all of the normal jobs, then they will demand of their subordinates the briefings, the attendance at meetings and things like that. Life goes on as normal. Life can't go on as normal. There has to be a change in the way it is, everything operates. In the defence context, minister's going overseas, Chief of Defence Force is normally attends with him. Well, the Vice Chief of Defence Force goes because the Chief of Defence Force has got to put into effect the change. Now, far be it for me to tell the Chief of Defence Force how to run the day, but unless it is led from that level, then it won't necessarily go all the way down. And that was certainly the experience of a number of the reviews that I've both been a party to develop, implement, and other reviews that I've been changed myself in it. Unless it is the boss that's doing it, it doesn't stick. The other key thing is that it has to happen rapidly, and my experience is that unless the change is undertaken and embedded within 3 years, there's a high likelihood that it'll be picked apart and will never actually occur.
In terms of, I mean, you just mentioned your roles in other reviews and previously implementing recommendations. In doing that in defence, did you identify any barriers or issues which prevented those recommendations from being implemented either quickly or at all?
Generally, the hardest thing about change management, getting the new ideas in, is getting the old ideas out of the head. That's almost a cliche in the change management world, but it's very true. And
Sorry, what is that? Is that a resistance to change? Or?
It's a resistance to change. Right. Organisations and individuals are generally resistant to change. That's a starting point. They understand their jobs now. They have their position. They have security in that, and they are naturally concerned when somebody comes along with a large organisational change. There is a legacy of it's always been better the way we used to do it. I've been doing it this way for years, and I've succeeded in my role. I look at me, I'm a senior person now. Clearly this works. Well, frankly, it doesn't always work because of other factors. So getting people to understand that, this is why I say it's absolutely imperative that the leaders lead this change. So in terms of barriers, there is certainly this tendency for us humans to go back to what we know as our comfort zone. Well, the comfort zone isn't there anymore, and that's got to be made very clear. And people's success has to be measured on the effectiveness of their implementation of the change in their organisation. And this has got to go from the top all the way to the bottom. So if we're going to implement significant change, for example, as a result of this Royal Commission, then it has to start right at the top. I'd have to say included in that are our political leaders, and it's imperative that there is bipartisan support for the change. Why? Well, as I found in the Army in the 21st Century Review, we had a complete change within one election overnight of the strategic guidance that we were given. And so the change was just starting and then it stopped again. So a stop-start impact because of political change is not going to achieve the results that certainly we're looking for out of this Royal Commission.
So in terms of those potential barriers, how can they be overcome? I think you referred earlier to the clear reason or clear messaging. Is that sort of one of the...
There has to be bipartisan political support, point one. It has to be led by the chiefs, plural, all of the officers with chief in the start of their title, and then all of the officers that lead down through the organisation. In that I include absolutely the warrant officers and equivalents throughout the organisation. There has to be a very simple song sheet, and that must be articulated everywhere. But people have to get out on the ground or in the ships, on the air bases, and actually see that this is occurring. And that means also that things have to be done at that level, not just at the most senior level.
Well, can I raise two other issues with you? One is that a unique feature of Defence Service is its short-term posting cycles. To what extent does that impact organisational change?
The posting cycle is there for a reason. It's been looked at and turned over upside down. I think every year since Defence has been in existence, and it's always been a vexed issue. But in order to get people who can think at the operational and strategic levels, that is the higher levels, people need to experience very different jobs within the Defence organisation. Staying specifically with Defence. Mind you, I might say that I've seen exactly the same thing occurring in private enterprise, where people identified for leadership positions are quite deliberately moved quite regularly. So it is not solely a Defence issue, but it requires the change to be embedded in the whole organisation. So if I'm in a particular appointment and I'm moved after 3 years to a new appointment in a new state, on a new base or a new ship, that the requirement for the change has not altered at all, that it's there. That's why it's so important that the song sheet is sung all the way through the organisation and is actually led by the leaders themselves. So a longer period of time in posting definitely has benefits. That has to be weighed against the experience that individual officers and senior NCOs receive in their development. So I would first be making sure that the change was initiated and implemented simultaneously top to bottom, and making sure that it was occurring all over the organisation, then I'd be less worried about people moving around. If I could slow people moving around, keep them in the same location, and that is a policy, has been a policy for many, many years in Defence to try and avoid those moves, even if it's only to save money, but there's still benefit there. Then yes, slow down the posting cycle if that's possible, but balance that against the need to develop strategic leaders.
Can I raise another issue with you, just to get your view on it? On Monday of this week, Defence witnesses gave evidence on the topics of postings, promotions and career management, and we heard evidence that Defence is facing significant workforce challenges and that the difficulties in recruiting, retaining and growing its workforce are greater than they have been in decades. Does that impact or act as a barrier to successful organisational change?
It does, because you're losing good people all the time, replacing them, having to train new people up. Retention is critical in any organisation, but particularly in Defence, because the skills that you're developing. So looking at the push factors, those factors that push people out of the organisation, and addressing those does become critical in order to retain as many people as you can. And that way you're retaining as many experienced people as you can.
So we've been speaking about barriers to change. Can I just switch to enablers for change? What are those matters that have assisted with implementing recommendations in Defence?
What are the enablers?
Yeah, what have assisted with the implementation of recommendations that you've been involved with in Defence?
Absolute commitment from the top. I've been saying that many times, but there has to be a very good reason for the change articulated. It was interesting that with the establishment of the then Defence Materiel Organisation, which has gone through many, many iterations and undoings and redoings and the like since that was created, the impetus for that was the inability to respond to a request from the US to send fighter aircraft into the Gulf, on Gulf War One, and it was the Operation Desert Storm when Iraq invaded Kuwait. We had no ability to send fighter aircraft, and that was what was requested by the coalition leader, the US. The Prime Minister was absolutely furious at this at the time, and certainly when I was doing the review that led to, or the work that I contributed to the review that led to the DMO, this was fundamental. This reason was fundamental And that message was taken all the way through the whole acquisition and logistics organisations in defence. They say, you may think that this is not a good change, but what we've got at the moment is not working. So that reason, that narrative, has to be very clearly articulated.
So in terms of the reason, can I just ask then, and the clear articulation of that, can I ask a related question, and that is, to what extent are clear lines of responsibility important in ensuring operational change?
Clear lines of responsibility are definitely important. They're important for an organisation to operate. Everyone's got to know what everyone else's job is, and needs to know their own job as well. So clear lines of responsibility, absolutely. Clear lines of reporting, absolutely. There can be no room for question or doubt in this, and of course that now presumes that effective implementation of any changes made based on recommendations serves to, in a peacetime scenario anyway, be the measure of success, a key success indicator for that individual.
And just by way of a final question before I give the Commissioners an opportunity to ask you some questions, and just focusing on leadership, you referred earlier to leadership teaching that you've done and leadership being able to be taught, but within Defence, can I ask for your view about how you would go about implementing and teaching a new leadership culture within that organisation?
A new leadership culture, a new
leadership styles.
A new leadership style? Well, what I'm suggesting is that we need to make sure that all our leaders have within their toolbox a number of leadership styles, and they need to understand exactly when it is best to use those styles, and they need to learn the techniques to ensure that they can implement those styles effectively. I've seen leaders say that they're implementing inclusive leadership, employing the inclusive leadership style simply because they had a gathering over a morning tea, and I'm being absolutely serious about this, a gathering over morning tea, and asked people what they think about things that how's it all going? Is everything going okay? And thinking that's inclusive. That is not inclusive leadership. It is inclusive leadership is actually understanding, as I've articulated, I hope, clearly, understanding how to get the best out of groups of people. So that there would be a program which would cover inclusive leadership first and foremost, directive leadership, the differences between the two, the differences in, when you should be using those styles. There would be a program that teaches leaders how to become very aware of the situation that exists within their teams. Of course, emotional intelligence rates are mentioned here, so the leaders actually start to understand their own strengths and weaknesses in four main domains of emotional intelligence.
Can I just pause there, just in terms of, because I'm just noting the time, just in terms of the program that you're speaking about, when to whom would it be delivered? Are we talking about junior officers? Are we talking about the senior leadership? Are we talking about organisational wide?
I'm talking about organisational wide, because the people being led need to understand that this is a leadership style, and that the leaders will be, for example, going two up, two down. I'm making that as an observation of one way that you can do this. So the organisation needs to understand that this is going to be a change, and that there is going to be an emphasis placed on inclusive leadership, an emphasis placed on it, not the exclusive style of leadership that will be used, but certainly one that everyone's going to butt up against very frequently. There are a lot of people who are very happy to receive directive leadership. I don't have to think about that too much. I'm told that's what I've got to do. But they do need to be aware that there is another style that is critically important, particularly when we're dealing in asymmetric situations.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I'll leave it there and give you the opportunity to ask some questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I have a number of questions. If I could just start, you talked very early on about your experience of having to ensure that recruitment meets expectations. I'm just wondering, because you said you implemented some changes, I'm just wondering what you did to try and match those up, because I have to be quite honest, it's still an issue that we hear about today.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that's one of those examples of things being undone by people just sitting, just going back to business as usual, if I can use that term. What I did was have a review undertaken of all the recruitment ads and look at all the imagery. Then also have a look at the recruit training. And then the key part was to go and look at what happened to these new recruits when they got into the Army units or the Navy to get to their ship or whatever it might be. Or often they had to go and undertake courses beforehand or they arrived at their officer training institutions. And then when they arrived in the units, particularly when they arrived in their units, it was chalk and cheese. A classic example was that within Army, almost all of the recruiting ads at this time, I'm going back to 97, 98, 99, so things are different, but I still see the similar ads. There were soldiers rappelling out of helicopters. They were running through smoke and doing all sorts of adventurous type things. When you went to the barracks, it was an entirely different circumstance. We did a number of surveys. We used units that were in Enoggera in Queensland for this. There was barely a single soldier that had ever rappelled out of a helicopter, had ever done any of the actions that were imaged in the recruitment. We also asked whether they thought that they should do that, and they all said yes. We actually then organised some training hours and we put those soldiers through that experience. The response was phenomenal. And not that wasn't suggesting they had to do this all the time, but at least they did what they expected they were going to do once, even if it was once. So we did do that match up, and then we passed that out to various organisations to say that you need to look at these ads, you need to look at what you're doing and incorporate this into your training exercises wherever you can. Meet the expectation.
Okay, thank you.
They did for a while.
Thank you. I just wondered whether you had any comments you might offer this Royal Commission about the culture and climate of the ADF today, and appreciating the difference that you talked about in terms of culture and climate.
The Commissioner, the first thing I'd say is that having now had experience in private enterprise and emergency services and the like, that I continue to have an amazing amount of respect for the organisation called the ADF and what it's called upon to do. I think that it is definitely faced with a number of dilemmas in responding to operations about which the community is unsure and that there is some political issues involved in that. It is, as a result, certainly of recent years, been overworked. I find that a lot of the things that have occurred in terms of the operational tempo has been pushing people to the point where you get to what I've been talking about, thinking that that everything is familiar, where in fact it's been totally asymmetric and is not familiar. So there's been a repeated response to actually try and normalise that. And I think that is a major concern from my perspective. But I don't know that there's a real understanding about the difference between culture and climate. And if there are areas, and I've talked to many both retired and serving servicemen and women, where the climate has not been what it should be. And I think that that is something that does need to be addressed. That's pockets. But still a very, very good organisation that is grappling with just how to actually come to grips with the mental health issues, social issues, and the other issues that now necessarily come from the introduction of cyber, social media, all these other things. It's undergoing, or at the point of undergoing, major change, and that is difficult.
Indeed. And I should preface my next question by stating my own respect for the organisation and the work that they do. I don't in any sense mean to be come across as disrespectful, but I just wanted to seek your views. There is an academic base here in South Australia, a veteran himself, who has written about the culture, as have many overseas academics as well, talking about cultures of armed forces. And he uses the term, he describes the culture as one of military institutional abuse, characterised or driven by exceptionalism, military masculinity and tribalism. I'm just wondering whether you have any thoughts or response to that.
Oh, I don't recoil from those statements at all, and I think that you can still respect the organisation, but this is the issue that it is grappling with. Tribalism is absolutely rife. That's, if you like, the nature of the beast. You could wake up tomorrow morning and not have an Australian Defence Force, but I don't think you could wake up comfortably and not have an Army or a Navy or an Air Force. They are the institutions. The Australian Defence Force isn't the institution in the same way. And I think that's one of the mistakes that we made back in the Defence Efficiency Review days, that didn't recognise that sufficiently. But exceptionalism and institutionalised abuse is something that I think it does exist. Certainly exceptionalism does. I think the institutionalised abuse occurs not through deliberate acts, but it's through, this is the way it's always been done here and we'll keep on doing it this way. I am continually concerned about some of the physical training approaches that are undertaken in defence. I say this having been a sports person myself, having spent over 30 years as a triathlete, and yes, I was very successful in that, age group-wise. Most of this occurred in my later years in the Army, and then subsequent to that in the emergency services and the like. Working with high-level coaches who would start on the premise that we're going to train you up to a high level of fitness, but we are not going to break you, was entirely different to what I'd experienced in the military, whereas you went and you did certain things and you did 5Ks here, did 5Ks there, carried a log here, did all this, that's just what you did. I think there has to be a completely different approach taken to fitness, right from recruit training in all three services and all the way through thereafter. And that will require a lot of thought. There has to be a different approach taken also to health in general, but in particular a different approach to well-being. And so it's fitness, health and well-being. Yeah. And this has to permeate all the way down through the organisation. And I know there are moves to establish strategic level groups to think about this and to get policy on this. And I would say that's an absolute waste of time unless you're changing something down at the unit level or down where it affects people. And so there has to be a different approach taken to that, because those criticisms are, I think, quite justified. I don't like them. I wouldn't generalise with them because I can point to some really good areas. But at the moment, it depends a lot on the individual skill of the leader down there, the warrant officer or the officer who actually knows more about fitness training, health and wellbeing, for example.
Thank you. I have just two more questions. I'm very conscious of the time. We talked about managing crisis versus kind of a organisational-wide issue. I guess I'm just wondering, would you see suicide in Defence and Veterans as a crisis
Absolutely.
for the ADF?
Absolutely. It distresses me to think that this Royal Commission exists because of this.
Okay. And then just in terms of the issues around implementing change, implementing recommendations from this Royal Commission, you talked about how essential it is to ensure that everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet, being able to articulate that at every level. I guess the challenge, I mean, no one's going to disagree with that, but the challenge is that there are microcultures or climates where there are pockets of resistance that just want to keep doing it the way it's always been done, and the sense that I'll just bunker down and hold on until you're gone, whether it's the Royal Commission or the plan to implement the recommendations from the Royal Commission. And unfortunately, that's sometimes bolstered by hollow words that we see and hear about, where leaders say things, but the actions don't match the words. So do you have any advice to us about how to deal with that, or perhaps advice to the ADF?
They've got 3 years. That's the 3 years I mentioned. And if they can't demonstrate that they're actually doing it, this is at all levels in defence, they're out. No ifs, no buts, move. So that's one of the reasons I stay with the 3 years, because it relates to posting cycles, it relates to people's memories, institutional memory, corporate memory, etc. And I'm making that very short for that exact reason. And as I said, if they don't move in the direction that you want, then notwithstanding recruitment issues or whatever, they're out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks, Major General. I've only got one issue I wanted to raise, or perhaps two. When you were talking about inclusive leadership and, in effect, examining 2 up and 2 down and walking around, if you like, and speaking to your people, is that similar to something I've heard described before as managing by walking around?
Oh, it is. Being on the shop floor, I'm emphasising the need to see people actually working or on combat operations, actually out there and making this routine so that the leader makes themselves, if you like, vulnerable to the comments, poke in the chest and get feedback.
Can I test that with you by examples I've seen or heard of bullying and victimisation, for example, during drilling, or perhaps even in a more informal setting, where I've heard about it, say, in private sessions and sometimes in public evidence, where this has happened, and I've asked, was there any superior officer around when this was happening? And it was happening in public. And the regular answer, not always, is no. It's probably worse if the answer is yes. But say you're a superior officer, a lieutenant, and you see a corporal behaving very badly towards the troops, how do you as a leader deal with that?
Well, you need to know about it, and you can only know about it by talking to people and if you like, exposing yourself to those conversations.
And by walking around, perhaps.
By walking around. And it's not at a social function after a sporting game. No. This is something that has caused me great concern over my career, that you talk to people who say they know their troops backwards, and when you inquire deeply as to have they actually seen them doing the job, or how did they get to know the troops, it's, well, I go to the football match every week, or I go to this, or we have the regimental birthday, or the celebration of the ship, or whatever. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not managing by walking around.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I just have one issue. I just want to take the thoughts of Commissioner Douglas a step further. I want to talk about accountability, which is one of the key issues, obviously, for this Royal Commission. If you can accept from me that we've heard from hundreds, if not thousands, in submissions, in public hearings and in private sessions, that there has been many, many instances of significant unacceptable behaviour that have not resulted in any accountability or consequences for the perpetrators. And in fact, often the complainant is the one who suffers. You may be familiar with the Defence Abuse Response Task Force that happened some time ago. It was a seminal moment where thousands of people came forward and complained of unacceptable behaviour, up to and including sexual abuse and so on. Documented, accepted as credible, etc. None of that appears to us to have led to significant, long-lasting, fundamental change in the culture of the ADF. So my question for you is, from your vast experience, and I could listen to you all day, it's a topic that's near and dear to my heart on leadership, but how may we recommend a way forward to fundamentally and in the long term changing the culture of the organisation to enforce accountability, not just for the top leaders, although I accept that that's where the tone starts at the top. How do we bring in accountability so that people are held to account at all levels?
This has been a critical issue on many occasions in my career, because I have certainly personally taken steps to remove people for unacceptable behaviour. I know that's not quite your question, Commissioner, but that I've done that. And I mention it only because on 3 of those occasions that brought great criticism upon me from within the organisation. So this is a preface to my answer in saying that I know exactly what you're talking about, and I find it really, really difficult to deal with in one sense because it's critical. What have I concluded over the years? There has to be a mechanism to allow a person who has been the subject of unacceptable behaviour to raise that very, very quickly. Now, that is not necessarily just going to their leader, because I've experienced the opprobrium that has come from being too straight-laced, being too difficult, and not being flexible enough and all this sort of stuff. I'm thinking that we are at the point now where there has to be an individual at unit level, and I say that across the 3 services and in the other ADF organisations, at unit level that is able to be approached by individuals to report this sort of behaviour, and that behaviour, that unacceptable behaviour, is then handled in an unacceptable behaviour chain. And if the leader doesn't take action on it, then it automatically gets elevated to the point where it is seriously considered. So there has to be a mechanism to do that. And it has to have some physical presence. It can't just be that an able seaman reports to his or her boss that this has occurred, says, I want to complain about it, goes one up to complain about it, only to be squashed down again and nothing to happen. So there has to be an external outlet that then goes up the chain.
So is it about, I guess it is about having a professional standards person or someone who's allocated that role.
That's right, professional
at
standards.
a local level rather than somewhere else.
Yes, and look, I've been tossing this around in my mind for other reasons, and whether it's someone called a fitness, health and wellbeing officer at unit level who is trained in identifying these issues and asking the right questions and determining whether this is correct or not. But I think it is such an issue that it has to occur. I then asked myself, well, why are we talking about it now in 2023? Why has this been so long? Well, actually, many years ago, certainly as long as I was in the army, at the start anyway, in Vietnam and other places, there was the unit chaplain. And the unit chaplain was such a conduit for certain things. Now, for a whole variety of reasons, that's not what we need now, but we've had this precedent. We've actually had a person who was sort of out of the chain of command to whom people could refer to and go and seek guidance from. And I'm not talking about religious matters here, nothing could be further from my mind, but they could seek guidance for it. And I think we've lost something in this process, and now we desperately need to replace that. And whether, I'll just use the term fitness, health and wellbeing officer to throw in, but it's got to be down at that unit level. It can't be a committee in Canberra.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Dont for the Commonwealth, any questions? Mr. Sheptua, any matters arising?
Nothing arising, Commissioners.
May the witness be excused from his summons. Okay. Sir, thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for the amount of preparation you've put in for us. It's very much appreciated. You're excused from your summons to appear today. Thank you.
It's a very important Royal Commission. Thank you.
If there's no other matters, we're slightly over time, but we'll just break for morning tea.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will now adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Ribagatti.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have Dr. Jacqueline Drew in the witness box, and I might ask that she be sworn or affirmed.
Do you, Dr. Jacqueline Drew, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Dr. Jacqueline Drew is a psychologist and associate professor in the School of Criminology and Criminal Justice at Griffith Criminology Institute within the Griffith University in Brisbane. Dr. Drew has over 20 years' experience in law enforcement as a practitioner and researcher. She provides expert advice to law enforcement in Australia and across the United States on organisational systems and personnel practices, including police mental health and suicide, leadership, promotional systems, and women policing. She is currently leading 2 Australian Research Council projects, an ARC linkage project being undertaken in collaboration with the Queensland Police Service, focused on employee health, well-being and performance, and an ARC discovery project studying gender equity across Australian and New Zealand policing agencies. In 2003, Dr. Drew obtained her PhD in organisational psychology from Griffith University. In 1995, she obtained a Bachelor of Behavioural Sciences with honours from Griffith University. Commissioners, although Dr. Drew is a police scholar, her research work and insights into organisational psychology, and especially in respect of leadership and leadership for wellness, are salient to the Defence Force and the issues it faces. And by the examination, the efforts that have been undertaken in the police force to improve the health and well-being of its members, we hope that some opportunity will be provided for you comparatively to apply those lessons and issues examined in this context. Commissioners, there is a tender list associated with the evidence of Dr. Drew. Might that be displayed, please? You'll see there in that tender list we have a copy of Dr. Drew's curriculum vitae at the beginning, and then followed by various articles that she had authored. I will tender those documents, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ribagatti. They'll be accepted into evidence then and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Thank you. I'm grateful, Commissioners. Dr. Drew. Now, I understand that you have undertaken a variety of research in the police concerning policing. Might I ask you in the first instance, before you get into the detail of the research and the issues explored, to explain to the Commissioners a little bit about the background to your research and the work you have undertaken?
Sure. So I've worked for 25 years in policing and focused on the experiences of police officers in their work, as well as the experiences within the organisation. So the research I've conducted has more recently looked at police suicide in Queensland Police, a large 3-year study looking at mental health of police officers, working with the Australian Institute of Police Management to look at leadership in the police wellbeing space, and working in the United States with the Fraternal Order of Police, focused on understanding mental health. So the background of all of that work is in the context of police populations experiencing high prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder, particularly after they leave the organisation. They're often diagnosed in the process of a workers' compensation and medical retirement system. What we do know is that there's also very high rates of depression and anxiety in our policing cohorts. And I would contend in our active population, serving police officers, depression and anxiety are at particularly alarming rates. The prevalence that we see is of concern just on the face of the numbers that we see, but I guess of particular concern that they enter the police agency as some of the most psychologically healthy within our community. We have robust psychological assessment and screening of our officers, so it makes those elevated rates even more prolific when we take an unusually psychologically healthy population and then after experiencing police work, we see high rates of burnout, psychological distress and mental health disorders. So those individuals, something is happening after they join policing. We've screened out those with psychopathology, but something happens in the experience of work and the experience of the police organisation that we need to better understand.
And your work has been addressed at that, but might you explain to some of the prevailing discourse, if I can put it that way, to what has been impacting upon police? Is it trauma, and has that been what has largely been considered? Might you have a response to that?
So over the last particularly 5, maybe 10 years, police organisations have significantly invested in health and wellbeing initiatives in order to address the prevalence rates that I have just mentioned. Unfortunately, though, we're not making an impact on those prevalence rates. So recent research I have conducted in Queensland shows very similar prevalence rates that were reported a number of years ago in the Beyond Blue survey. So despite that significant investment, what we are doing does not seem to be having a significant impact. And to address your question around trauma, that's where we started in policing, understanding when we first started to focus on mental health of police. We started with trauma and critical incidents and the impact of that on our police officers. And that was a good place to start. It was what we thought was the most obvious reason for the prevalence rates we were experiencing in our policing cohorts. It has now come to light as we research the issue much more, and this is where my research sits, is that trauma is simply one piece of the puzzle when we're understanding psychological distress in our populations. More and more we're understanding the impact of 2 other sets of stressors, and that's organisational stresses and operational stresses. And we need to understand them as well as trauma.
Yes. And do you consider that a focus on trauma tends to divert attention from these other stressors that can have a significant impact?
Yeah, we often talk about now the black box between understanding trauma and outcomes, but then there seems to be something missing. So in some ways, I talk about it as trauma and critical incidents. I would never argue that it's not an important focus for us in policing, absolutely. But sometimes it's allowed to be used as a red herring for us not to adequately consider the impact of other factors that perhaps are having even more impact on the psychological outcomes of our police.
Yes. And to the extent that you mention organisational stressors, I might explore those in more detail later. Mm-hmm. But is it the case that leadership can play a role in mitigating some of those stressors? I might ask you to address that.
Absolutely. So when we consider those 3 groups of stressors, trauma and critical incidents, organisational and operational stress, when I explain it, when we think about trauma and critical incidents and the impact of that on our police officers, addressing that is sometimes fighting with one hand tied behind our back. In terms of trauma is a static risk. It is something that police officers will experience as part of their job. That's what they sign up to do. When we think about organisational and operational factors, however, and this talks to leadership and the organisational system, it is a case of somewhat being glass half full, that they're factors that the organisation can control. And organisations aren't living and breathing in of themselves. What makes them live and breathe are the leaders and the supervisors and the people that work within them. And the leaders and supervisors are the ones that make those systems that can impact on organisational and operational stress.
Yes, and insofar as you say that they can make or they have some control over the systems, is it the case that you have a view that the role of the leader is not simply reactive to a person's experience of stress or trauma, but in fact they have a different role in ameliorating that in some way. Could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So with trauma, as I said, it's a static risk. So our leaders and supervisors assist in preparing our officers to face those risks, and we have systems in place that our supervisors and leaders support in terms of supporting officers once they've experienced that risk. But when we think about organisational and operational stresses, they are a manifestation of the behaviours of those leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Drew. The Commissioner is grateful for that background to your research. And having given that background, might I invite you now to describe to the Commissioners in a little more detail the particular research projects in which you've been engaged. I think there are two in particular of relevance.
There's two that are most relevant. I'll begin with a study I conducted with Queensland Police looking at police suicide. So there is very, very little research on suicide in police organisations in Australia, some work done internationally. The work that I undertook with Queensland Police was to undertake a 10-year retrospective study of police suicide rates in the Queensland Police Service, and for the first time trying to get a more accurate identification of the numbers of officers who had left the service and who had died by suicide, as well as capturing those officers who had died by suicide while in active service. We felt that in terms of truly understanding the impact of trauma, but also our focus was looking at the workplace systems, so those operational and organisational stresses and the role they might play in suicide, that we needed to look at both officers who were active as well as had left the service. So that research has contributed significantly to understanding and the need to understand how many officers that have left the service have died by suicide that can be linked back, in part at least, to their service. We found in almost all cases of former officers from the Queensland Police Service that there still remained workplace factors that were impacting on their suicide death, and certainly for those active officers, it was a significant contributor. Officers that had left the service that died by suicide had in most cases, the majority of cases, had left the service under medical retirement provisions, psychological retirement provisions. They had, on average, taken their life 7 to 9 years following their service. This indicated that those officers suffered for a long time from the psychological impacts of police work. Our officers that had taken their life in active service, there was significant indications through analysis of personnel records that workplace stress was a contributor to their death. The other body of research that I'm undertaking in Queensland is funded by an Australian Research Council linkage grant, and Commissioner Katarina Carroll is the lead investigator from the organisation that is working on that 3-year project examining mental health of police. It was funded just for police officers. We've since expanded to include all personnel within our police agencies, so unsworn professional staff as well as police officers. The motivation for that research was, in the first aim of the research, was to understand the proportional harm, as we've discussed, to unpack what is the true contribution of trauma, organisational and operational stress when we're to understand harm, and guide us about how we can reduce those prevalence rates. The research, the outcomes of that research are to develop an early warning system for police workplace health and performance. The early warning system is not an individual-based system. It's designed to understand healthy workplaces at a work group or district level. What is the workplace system factors that are contributing to psychological distress and burnout of our officers? So we're aiming through a large statewide survey that we have conducted to develop empirical metrics that will lead us to be able to predict when there's a slippery slope in a work unit or district, that will indicate to us that we need to investigate that district further. And a critical role of that is the leadership and the supervisors within that district. How are they managing that district? How are they managing factors that may be negatively impacting on the health of that workplace?
I'm grateful, Dr. Drew. If I can turn to your first body of research that you just mentioned, there you indicated that it was an aspect of the research was to identify workplace. It identified that workplace stressors impacted or played a role in the suicide of the officers who are under consideration there. In the research, did you identify what types of workplace impacts they were, and might you explain those to the Commission?
So the workplace impacts often were difficulties with what was seen as ineffective or incompetent supervisors, the way that the officers were managed. And at its core, so many of these things we talk about, I guess, seem to be symptoms rather than cause. The cause of many of the issues, the workplace stress, was a feeling of being undervalued, feeling like the organisation wasn't a fair and just place to work in terms of decision making. And that really drove many of the manifestations of the stress that those officers experienced. There was also a struggle with officers that were struggling with those stresses in the workplace, and their sense that they were trapped in terms of their losing their police identity. That came out very strongly both for our active officers as well as our former officers, that they knew that the organisation was hurting them, it was damaging them, it was negatively impacting on their psychological health, but the thought of losing their identity as part of that profession was often a decision for active officers to remain under significant workplace stress, and that contributed to their suicide death. I would also say that we talk a lot in policing about the contribution of relationship or family problems as being the immediate precursor to suicide. Again, just as we talk about the proportionality of different stressors, I think we need to consider the proportionality and the interaction between the factors that lead to suicide death. It's a complex journey to understand. Often relationship breakdowns, family problems will be the last factor we're able to identify. It's that last connection that the officer had before taking their life, and when that was fractured, they made the decision to take their life. Just to concentrate on that final factor is misleading. There was many things in terms of the workplace that perhaps contributed prior to that tipping point. So we need to understand the entire journey. Our question is that often workplace stresses have contributed to that relationship or that family breakdown. So we can't be myopic in our focus by just looking at that final fracture. And often that's used by organisations to say it's not a us problem, it was a problem with their environment outside of work.
Yes, thank you. And in using, say, for example, relationship breakdowns in that way, does that prevent the organisation from actively engaging with the problem internally and perhaps resolving issues that might impact on other officers or other organisational members?
I think it certainly can be a reason why a focus isn't, or a light isn't shed on the organisational factors. So one of the conclusions of that research that we did with policing is that with our active officers, almost all of our active officers still were in some type of relationship. There may have been problems within the relationship, but many of the officers were still in a relationship. So one of our recommendations was how can organisations work more effectively with families outside, because they're often the link that's keeping that officer alive. So how can we, as organisations, police organisations, more effectively look at the whole system in which our officer is operating to use all of those levers to contribute to the recovery of that officer?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Drew. I might just interpolate there to say, Commissioners, that you will recall the evidence of Group Captain Drynan and Ms. Hilda and the fact that relationship breakdowns and featured quite prominently as a relevant factor in the suicides that are under consideration by the RGADF and the report that went to CDF. And further on Friday, we will be hearing from Defence Member and Family Services in relation to the service they offer to Defence members, and those issues will be explored with the panel members on that occasion too. Having said that, Dr. Drew, just coming back to the evidence that you gave earlier, and in particular in relation to your second study, and to the extent that you identified the necessity for an early warning system, did you ascertain what sort of system might work? How might an early warning system operate?
An early warning system is modelled off research that has been conducted primarily in the United States, and it's a good example to explain what an early warning system can do for us. An early warning system in the US is often used for integrity. So we build predictive models, and over time, as we develop our data around integrity, we can predict that, for example, 5 community complaints against an officer in the first year of their service will lead to a 30% increased chance of that officer having a significant integrity complaint at year 10 of their service. We're using the same concept for the first time around police officer wellbeing and mental health. So the statewide survey that we undertook identifies a whole range of stressors and psychosocial hazards. So we examine trauma, we examine organisational stress and operational stresses, and we model that to determine what is the connection with psychological outcomes. We can then overlay that in districts to be able to prioritise resources. Every one of those stresses will be having an impact on our officers, and the challenge for organisations is to prioritise what is the most significant stressor in terms of negative outcomes. And so we're taking a more nuanced approach to opposed to just looking at the whole agency and identifying the top 3 or 4 stresses. And we're able to go into work units and diagnose what the particular issues are that are having the most impact, and that allows us to work with and uplift the leaders and the managers within those work units to, 1, know what's causing harm, and secondly, apply our expertise to help them combat harm. I would say that when we go into districts, our particular focus inevitably from our research will be on those organisational operational stressors. We found that the proportionality of organisational stresses and operational stresses cause 2 to 3 times the harm that trauma and critical incidents do.
Yes, thank you. So I take it, Dr. Drew, that the importance of there is importance in taking a localised approach to identifying the stressors, because there might be, in fact, localised stressors depending on the nature of the work undertaken, the nature of the cohort, and the like, and management there. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And if we think about one of the key stressors that do impact on our officers is leadership, and all of the tentacles that come from leadership in terms of feeling of supervisor support, organisational justice. You know, supervisors and leaders within localised work units create the world in which our officers operate. So taking a nuanced view is important. In police organisations, we're very good at identifying, for instance, that we have poor leadership in the organisation, so we roll out a statewide leadership program. Now, in some work groups, we should actually be studying those work groups as exemplars of excellent leadership. In some districts, that won't be the key. So I think we need to become more focused on not taking, I guess, an easier way out and thinking about just organisational interventions, which sometimes are important and there will be the need for those, but we certainly need to understand the very specific relationships that are happening within work units and groups. And that may be geographic, or it may be types of work. that officers do particular types of deployment.
Yes, thank you. And presumably then, if it's not just merely an organisational intervention, would you also be looking at individual interventions with individual leaders or levels of leadership at local levels as well, and the style and the approach to leadership?
It has to be multi-level in every respect. So in terms of individual officers, individual leaders, individual supervisors, sometimes that will call for an individualised intervention, and sometimes it'll call for a team building intervention, for instance. So there will be many layers to the intervention, and again, we will be guided about where is the best intervention point to focus on by the data that we're able to collect by those relationships between hazards and outcomes.
Thank you. And I take it that the prevailing view or the trauma approach can result in this, and that is a focus on waiting for the harm to occur before there's an intervention. Is that correct?
When we do take a focus on trauma and critical incidents, as I mentioned before, it's a static risk. We prepare our officers to face it. We invest in programs like resiliency programs, mindfulness programs, things that prepare our officers to deal with trauma and how to support them after. When we talk about organisational and operational factors, we have the best chance possible to take away the factors within our organisations that are causing harm. One of the examples is, for instance, we see shift work come out as a stressor for our officers. Are we able to eliminate the stress that shift work provides our officers or creates in our officers? No, because it's part of their work. But we can certainly do many things within the organisational policies and procedures to minimise the impact of shift work on our officers by thinking about how we roster them, for instance. So really, it's a bright future if we look at the organisational and operational systems and factors because they're under our control. We have the ability to minimise those risks. Resiliency programs, for instance, make sense when we talk about trauma and critical incidents because of the static risk. They don't make sense when we think about operational and organisational factors. Surely we can't argue that we need to make our officers resilient to things like toxic leadership. It simply doesn't make sense to simply use individual interventions and upscale them to an organisational intervention.
Yes, and when you're looking at organisational interventions, is a further benefit a degree of agency that is given to the leaders at various levels to positively to impact upon the health and wellbeing of the organisation?
Yes, and when we think about trauma and critical incidents, there's only so much our supervisors and leaders can do. They often feel helpless in what they can do to impact on the health of the officers that they lead. But this actually provides them with the opportunity to consider how their role, the organisation's role in terms of policies and procedures, can be actually changed for the benefit. So it gives us an answer to a thorny problem if we are to expand our thinking to all of the things that are impacting on our officers.
But is it enough just to say that leaders ought to be able to do these things, or do they need to be supported in some fashion to be able to instigate these changes, and if so, how?
We definitely need to provide more support to our leaders and supervisors, particularly at the middle management level. One thing that I'm very passionate about and strong on is that this is not an opportunity, or we're not motivated by blaming the leaders that sit in the hardest position in our agencies, which is the middle management position. Our managers do not have, we don't believe, the skills to lead for wellness right now. Our leadership programs are often focused on command and control. How to command incidents, major incidents if we talk about in policing. How to be simply a good leader and develop good leadership qualities and traits. When we look at wellness and the role of leaders, It's something else beyond what we understand as simply good leadership. It's a particular skill, it's a particular knowledge, it's a particular way of looking at the workplace. And certainly I would say that that is a need that we must address. Now we have identified this as an issue. It's not to blame those leaders. They need to be now upskilled, and I think many leaders will embrace their upskilling to be able to manage the health of their workers and the workplace much more effectively. If I could provide an example that I often use to explain what I mean.
Certainly.
So in terms of sick leave, that's one metric we look at about the health of our workers. So with sick leave, we may see a senior executive go to a work unit and talk about their sick leave rates. And they'll indicate to that middle manager, your sick leave rates are the highest in the state. Why is that? Now, that leader may or may not have a clear understanding of what is driving those sick leave rates. They might be able to guess, they might have some idea, but they haven't been given the information, like the information we're collecting, about explaining what's driving those rates. What is it? What particular stressors can we identify that might be showing us that your sick leave rates in your particular district are elevated compared to the rest of the state? The second comment often by our senior leaders is, well, the next time I come round in 6 months or a year, you better not have the highest sick leave rates in the state. I want to see them come down. What that does is it incentivises our leaders to then go around perhaps to their offices and say, okay, no one's taking sick leave. I'm not going to be called to account next time the senior leader comes around to indicate that we have the highest sick leave rates. That is an unintended and a negative consequence. Our officers often use short-term sick leave as a break, and it's a good strategy in terms of managing their psychological health. So by not giving the leaders the knowledge, the skills, and uplifting them to know how to deal with the problems that they face, we often can have very negative consequences, perhaps unintended. So we need to be very careful that if we present them with problems, we also uplift them with solutions.
Yes, thank you. And you have said that for middle managers, I think you said that it's the hardest level. Might I ask you to unpack that a little bit and explain what difficulties do middle managers face?
So middle managers are those that are the closest to the front line, to the majority of those that work within our police agencies. And they have a dual role. They have the role and the responsibility to those that they lead, but they also have a role and responsibility to report to those higher up in the organisation. So really, they are the meat in the sandwich. They're trying to achieve organisational priorities, organisational objectives, and also try to manage the psychological health of their staff by not creating workplaces based on those priorities that are going to have a negative effect. So they really are in a difficult position, but also with the right support in the best position for us to challenge those prevalence rates around psychological distress, because they have a relationship with the majority of our staff that are suffering within our agencies.
Yes, and what does that support look like? Is it enough that there just be strategies implemented at an enterprise level, and that there be policies that can be promulgated and provided to the middle manager? Is that enough, or should more be done? And if so, what?
It's multifaceted in terms of responsibility. So one of the things that we're very clear about when we're identifying what's impinging on a particular work unit is to disentangle what is under the control of that middle manager and what is outside of their control. So we need to be very clear that some problems we can upskill and we can ask our middle managers to be responsible for, but we also need to take away those things that they aren't responsible for. Otherwise, they can throw up their hands and feel like nothing I'm going to do is going to support my workers. So part of the work we're doing in a Leadership for Wellness program with the Australian Institute of Police Management is also thinking about how do you manage up about workplace health and performance as a middle manager? How do we, support and uplift those middle managers to be able to have a voice on behalf of those that they lead, and to indicate to senior leaders within the organisation the difficulties they face in trying to maintain that healthy workplace that's often undermined by enterprise policies and systems.
And when you say often undermined by enterprise policies and systems, could you explore that a little bit? How does that occur in practice?
So when we look at performance metrics at an organisational level, if we think about policing, for instance, we're focused on crime rates and clearance rates. We might be focused on community satisfaction. We might be focused on crime prevention. Sometimes having those priorities without also alongside that having a pillar about healthy workers focuses us on achieving those objectives at the cost of the health of workers. So that's the pressure that comes down from senior management that is impacting on those middle managers. What we suggest is that we need to put as an equal priority, so using a policing example to crime rates, is the psychological health of workers. Healthy workers will actually be a key influence on you achieving every other organisational outcome that the agency wants to achieve. We need to give a voice to the importance of that across the agency.
And in doing so, I take it it's important to have an approach at the senior leadership level. So an enterprise commitment to a healthy workplace. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
And then having done that, how does it trickle? How does it trickle down? Is it just a matter of a training session once a year done online, or is it how do you actually implement and embed at the middle management level and then the coalface level, if I can put it like that, a healthy workplace mentality?
So it's really taking the view that every decision, every policy, every consideration of the outcome of the agency has to have the question, how will this impact on the people? How will this impact on the psychological health, the physical health of those we are asking to implement these concepts? So I guess from a perspective of senior leadership, it's important for senior leadership to be very strong about the mental health and the physical and psychological safety of those that work within that agency. That trickling down message is sometimes hard to achieve. From our research in policing, the direct supervisors, the ones for us, the officers in charge of stations, often are seen as relatively supportive of our workers, that they're concerned with the psychological health and well-being of those that they lead. Where we see that there's a constriction in the message often is one layer above that. So for us, that would be inspectors and superintendents. So senior leaders, very clear on the mandate about the psychological health. We have very good direct supervisors, many of which are embodying the implementation of looking after their health of their workers. But there's a layer in between where the message sometimes gets held up.
And just to illustrate that much, you have an example of how that is held up in practice. You've mentioned it with the inspectors. How might that occur?
So when we undertook the statewide survey, I had a number of officers reach out to me to tell me their stories and examples of things that might help in telling the story of what we were getting through the data. And one officer, he was an officer in charge of quite a large station, reached out to me, and he told me a story of 2 officers under his command. Those 2 officers, one was only recently out of the academy, maybe six months or so out of the academy. Another officer was a few years out of the academy. Those 2 officers had experienced a number of fatal traffic accidents in a very short period of time that really had impacted on those officers. And the officer in charge was doing all the right things, reaching out regularly to support those two officers, particularly the most junior officer, checking in regularly to ensure that there was no other support that they could provide to those officers. And the most junior officer then approached her officer in charge a week or two after the incident and said, "I'm so grateful for your support as my direct supervisor. I have felt valued and supported in my role and the experiences I've had, and you've really had my back over the last few weeks." But she said, "I have a question that is concerning me and something that plays on my mind. Why has the inspector, the one rank above the officer in charge she was talking to, why has he never reached out to us? I've seen him numerous times on the TV doing press conferences around the fatal traffic accidents, talking about the psychological impact that might have on officers, but never once has that inspector reached out to me to see if I'm okay." So that officer in charge took that feedback from that junior officer and approached his superior officer and gave the superior officer that feedback. That superior officer, his response was, "That's not my job. You're her supervisor. You're supporting her, aren't you? Why do I need to do your job?" What it indicates is a couple of things. The lack of knowledge or the lack of impact that more senior officer could perceive that they might have, the value it might be for that officer to reach out to support that junior officer. But also, I guess, from the junior officer's perspective, the need for that junior officer to be valued by all layers of the leadership in the agency. Quite often our commissioner will reach down to our most junior officers that have experienced an event to see if they're okay. So it's an example of where senior leadership often acknowledges the need to reach down the layers. Our direct supervisors often understand the importance of that. And officers in the middle perhaps aren't quite sure of their role, and that is having an impact on junior officers in our agency.
Yeah, and tell me, Dr. Drew, how can you engage officers in the middle to participate in an engagement with the lower ranks, but also with an enterprise level approach to wellness?
I think in some ways the layer of leadership that we're talking about isn't quite sure of their role. So they've moved from an operational role, a direct supervision or support role, into a role that should have elements of that, but also now demand on them strategic thinking and strategic leadership. So I think that in terms of addressing that, we need to be very clear about what are the responsibilities of leaders at every level of the agency. And this talks to what we were discussing earlier about people need to be the core of every single leadership layer. Just because you're an operational leader or you may be a strategic leader, regardless, or a combination of both, your role and the need for you to also be a leader of people and a support of people always remains. That's the one thing that never changes across your career as a leader, or should never change across your career.
And how do you impress that upon middle managers? Is it a matter of KPIs, performance indicators, role descriptions, or is it something else?
I think that there's two ways to impress on leaders how important this is. The first way is moral responsibility. So in terms of moral responsibility, we appeal to our leaders and supervisors about the central role they have and their moral responsibility to create workplaces that do not harm those that they are leading. Now, we will only, unfortunately, get so many of our leaders, perhaps, to get on board from a moral responsibility perspective. The other way we convince our leaders, and this is what we're doing through our early warning systems and creating metrics, is to make it a key priority, to put it alongside those metrics we talked about before around crime prevention or crime rates. We need to hold leaders to account, and we need to hold them to account with the support they need to enact those roles as well. And that goes back to my point about blame. This is not about blame, it's about putting metrics in place, but sufficiently supporting our leaders to be able to achieve what we have asked them to.
And what might those metrics be?
So in terms of a whole range of metrics, our survey looks at a range of psychosocial hazards and stressors. It's all of those factors that make up organisational and operational stress, as well as trauma stress, and the outcomes, so psychological distress, burnout, and also administrative data. So we can look at sick leave, we can look at workplace injury claims. We need to be much more focused on having a holistic understanding, collecting new data, but using data we already have to understand the whole story that's going on about the psychological health of a work unit or a workplace.
And I take it this in turn has corresponding impacts on the workplace at an enterprise level with day cost savings with sick leave and the like. Might you speak to that?
And I guess that's another pillar that we're able to use if our aim or the thing that we value or hold ourselves to account on is things like cost effectiveness. Anytime you look at influencing the health of a worker, and any metric that you could look at, you're going to get a benefit. An example of work that I have done in the United States, we conducted a national survey of mental health of law enforcement in the United States. We conducted that research just after the George Floyd protests and mass demonstrations and severe fracture of policing and communities across the country in the United States. What we found is that the health of the worker significantly impacted on depolicing. So that is the withdrawal of services, policing services from the community by individual officers who had been psychologically harmed from their experiences. Any metric we look at, such as procedural justice is how police interact in a fair and just way with the community, is impacted by the health of the worker and the feelings of the worker of how they're treated within police agencies. So any metric that we would like to put up as an important metric in a police agency or any organisation is essentially driven by how healthy and happy and how productive workers are within that agency.
Thank you. So just to summarise what you have said there, Dr. Drew, I take it that certain leaders at the supervisory and middle management levels have the most capacity directly to influence the health and well-being of the workforce. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That follows from the fact that they're directly engaged with those workers on a day-to-day basis, I take it.
Yeah, they create the experience of our workers. Now, that doesn't take away that what the senior leaders say don't impact on the health of workers, but certainly on a day-to-day experience level, our direct supervisors are absolutely crucial.
And in doing that, I take it they really craft the organisational environment. Is that a correct way of putting it?
They craft the majority of the organisational environment, but the messaging from every layer of leadership is also important. So good work by our direct supervisors can be undermined by perceptions that no other layer in the agency actually cares for the worker.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Drew. And tell me, what is the importance in seeing good leadership and good workplace practices modelled by leaders both at enterprise level and then also at middle management level?
There's three factors that are important. It's value, awareness, and also behaviour. So how much do leaders value the health of their workers? How much are they aware of the impact that the workplace has on workers and what those impacts are, what specifically is causing harm? and also the actions, the behaviours of leaders. Again, our leaders at all levels of the agency create the factors that we know cause harm. So they have a role, a behavioural role, to be able to identify what's causing harm and change the system in order to positively impact on psychological health.
Thank you. And Tommy, might this be related to a matter you raised earlier, namely that the role of relationship breakdowns in suicides, that it's not just an individual and an individual's experiences that are causing the problem, but a recognition in the organisation that they play a role in contributing to impacts on employees. Is that one way of looking at it?
I can't overestimate or overstate the importance of the value that workers need to perceive that they have within the organisational system. I think that this is a particularly important point for our police, our first responders, and also defence. The identity that workers have within those particular organisations are a unique identity, and it's a strong identity of who you are as a soldier, as a police officer, as a firefighter. When those individuals do not feel valued by the entity that they truly value, we see a significant fracture and a significant negative impact on the people that serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Drew. I might now take you to a little of the detail on the leadership for wellness framework that you have advanced. And I think it's accurate to say that you emphasise the importance of the framework. Might you describe it a little? And in that connection, operator, I might ask you to display a document, and that is exp.00100001.0051, and it's either at page 0057. And if you could focus, please, on the figure on that page, perhaps expand that. So if I could ask you to explain the Leadership for Wellness strategy, and in particular by reference to this model that is shown there, known as the health-oriented leadership model.
So the Leadership for Wellness strategy is part of collaborative work I'm undertaking with the Australian Institute of Police Management. All of the things we've discussed today around the interplay of organisational, operational and trauma factors impacting on the health and well-being of our officers has led us to believe that there is a critical hole in preparing our leaders and supervisors within police agencies and other first responder agencies to adequately address the problems that we face. So the Leadership for Wellness strategy, a key component of the Leadership for Wellness strategy is the development of a pilot program that we're developing for middle managers to assist them tackle the challenges that we have discussed. The Leadership for Wellness program, I did a comprehensive search of the literature around leadership theories and leadership training programs, particularly within police agencies, to see if we're adequately preparing our officers, our supervisors and our leaders to lead for wellness. We found, as we discussed before, lots of leadership training in police agencies and a lot of command and control and good leadership development. What we didn't find was leadership programs that actually helped our leaders lead for wellness. Our research also led us to the fact that leading for wellness is a distinct skill and a knowledge set beyond simply being a good leader. We then started to investigate new leadership theories that have been developed for the specific purpose of uplifting leaders to lead for wellbeing outcomes. And this leads us to the health-oriented leadership model, which we think is particularly relevant to how we can better prepare our leaders to reduce those rates of burnout and psychological distress we see across our police cohorts. So this is a model developed by Frank and colleagues, German academics who have developed this leadership theory, have clearly demonstrated through empirical research that this type of leadership is different to simply good leadership. It's a particular type of skill. So if we look at the particular model, there's two key elements to the model. One you can see is self-care, and self-care is the leader themselves, as well as the self-care of their followers, those that they lead. And the second element of this model is staff care. And staff care really talks to the leader being able to identify those workplace factors and modify those workplace factors that are causing harm. The advantage or the benefit of this model that I think is critically important when we're designing a program like we want to design for Leading for Wellness is to begin with the self-care of the leader. Again, talking back to the need to not blame our leaders within our agency for all the problems that we're experiencing, particularly our middle managers. So our program developed off this model will first focus on the leader and their journey around psychological health.
And why is that important?
So leaders in our agencies, in policing, we grow our leaders from recruits through potentially to commissioners of our organisation. So they have already had their own organisational journey. If I speak specifically about policing, they've had their own organisational journey in policing. When I talk about the rates, the significant rates of burnout, psychological distress and mental health diagnoses, that's all of them. That's not just simply those troops out in the field, out on the streets and the roads in our police environment. They're these individual leaders as well that are suffering equally. So leaders have had their own journey, they've had their own betrayals, they've had their own injustice, and they've had their own psychological impacts before they have reached their leadership position. We often talk in health and psychological research about an analogy and the oxygen mask falling from the plane. We tell the parents to put their oxygen mask on first, look after themselves, and then once they're okay, they're in the position to help their children or other people. That's what we want to start with, and this model helps us do that, is about we cannot ask a leader to look after, be concerned, and create a healthy workplace if we don't acknowledge their health first and understand their journey that may influence how they relate to the workplace.
Yes, and does that relate to the example that you gave earlier regarding sick leave and leaders just simply insisting on people turning up to work? Might you explore that relationship?
So we often talk about in policing, and I think this is similar in defence, about the suck it up culture. And that was a culture that particularly had strength in years gone by, that's how our officers were expected to and self-imposed when they thought about their physical and also psychological health. To simply push it down, there's a job to do, and I'll keep putting one foot in front of the other. We have leaders now that have experienced that culture over maybe 10, 20 years of their service. We are now asking those leaders to take a different perspective to perhaps what they have had lived experience with. So they may either consciously or unconsciously implement the same strategies that they've been taught to implement over the years. We hope now to change that culture, but we need to acknowledge the harm and the potential perceived injustice our leaders now see in the care and concern that they're now asked to take for those that they lead. So we need to acknowledge that perhaps they have not been treated as we now ask those that they lead to be treated. And we need to acknowledge that and validate that that's a concern.
Thank you. Now, we have heard examples, Dr. Drew, in the evidence, and indeed in the evidence yesterday of such a culture. And connected to that, we've also heard examples of leaders who, notwithstanding behaviour inconsistent with healthy leadership and promoting health and well-being, so they might be engaging in unacceptable behaviour or other conduct, nonetheless, they are promoted upward. Are you in a position to speak about the impact of that on the workforce and how that might be addressed and prevented?
The example you gave really speaks to a critical foundational factor we need to understand when we think about the experience of individuals within our agency, and that's the concept of organisational justice. Again, I cannot overstate the importance of a sense of the experience that you have within an organisation or a workplace or an agency to experience an environment which you perceive as fair, just, and unbiased. In cases where we see individuals that have done the wrong thing, exhibit behaviours that appear to be against what is the organisational mandate, that manifests itself in a sense of severe organisational injustice. Organisational injustice is pivotal in predicting psychological distress and burnout amongst our employed cohort.
And why is that? What impact can it have on workers presented with organisational injustice?
It manifests itself in terms of feeling betrayed. So particularly when we think about first responders, police and defence, they often have very clear sense of right and wrong. And we ask them to implement that sense of right and wrong within our communities. They have a role to do that. It's then a significant disconnect when they don't see that same application of justice, that same application of right and wrong, and the reward for good behaviour within the very agency that they work. So a concept that we're exploring in policing that has relevance here, I believe, is the concept of psychological contract and a psychological contract breach. When our individuals sign up to be in defence, they sign up to be in policing. They sign up with the intention of having explicit promises, obligations to the role they'll play within that agency and within the community. They expect in return for the agency to repay them with that same value and respect for the contribution they make. What we often find is that officers experience a significant and prevalent sense of betrayal by the agency, that they have not kept up with their promise of what they contribute to the agency in our community and what they get in return. So when our officers join the police organisation, they turn up at the academy on the first day, they expect to see trauma, they expect to see critical incidents, they're prepared, they self-select into this type of role. Now, do they understand the enormity of the trauma and critical incidents they see? Absolutely not. No one can understand it unless you've done that job. But what they also expect when they join a police agency is they're joining a police family, that they're joining a place that in the light of seeing those traumas, seeing those incidents, that they have a safe place to fall when they come back to the station. Unfortunately for many of our officers, they get exactly the opposite. And a good example of that, an officer was sharing his story with me. He had been out on again, it was a fatal traffic accident. It was a particularly gruesome accident. He faced that trauma and critical incidents. It was a small town. He was responsible for dealing with the incident along with his fire colleagues. He went back to the station. He didn't expect, as most of our police officers don't expect, to have a pat on the back or to be told they were brave or that they had done a good job. He didn't expect that. He didn't want that recognition. But when he got back to the station, the first thing his supervisor said to him was, "You had a report due 3 days ago from another incident. Where is the report?" Now, in that sense, it would have been better for that supervisor or that leader to have said nothing. It was at that point that that trauma then started to impact. The officer reflected on what they had just done, and the first thing that their supervisor or leader said was about some administrative task. So in terms of that sense of justice or that breach of promise, these are the things that are underpinning the negative impacts that I believe are driving the prevalence rates that we see around psychological distress and burnout.
Yes, thank you. And just on the topic of burnout, I might note that we will hear from Dr. Gordon Parker on burnout and its impacts in this hearing block. I'm grateful for what you have said, Dr. Drew. Might we just return to that model? And I just wish to address some small aspects of it further to explore it. So again, if we could bring back EXP, we have it here. You've, of course, emphasised now the importance of the self-care of the leader as being fundamental. And just to explain a little bit what we see there, where we see a value in the context of what we're discussing now, might that be wellness or well-being and a healthy worker?
In terms of self-care, when we think about value, we're thinking about the importance that someone holds about their own health. How much do they value their own health? How much are they aware of what impacts on their health and well-being? And then the strategies at an individual level that they use. Now, that's equally as applicable to our leaders as it is those that they lead. Each one of those groups need to have a sense and a responsibility and take some responsibility for their own health. What I would overlay on that, if we're just talking about the self-care aspect of the model for now, is the also, influenced by osmosis by the leader valuing being aware and showing behaviour that values their own health on that of those that they lead. So they have a role modelling aspect as well. So we know from this research that my colleagues in Germany have been undertaking that the relationship between the role model can, by osmosis, affect how much individuals that they lead value their health, feel it's okay to take some sick leave, or feel it okay to put their hand up that they need a break because they see their leader modelling that. So that's why it's important to think about the health of the leader as well, because just taking care of the health of the leader also assists you in some way to positively influence the health of those that they lead.
Yes, thank you. And in so doing, does that normalise the fact that people do experience stress, psychological distress, or injury in the workplace, and that is something that to be expected and is accepted?
Yes, and we struggle, of course, within policing, as many organisations of its type do, around stigma in mental health, about acknowledging the impacts of the work that our officers do on their mental health. So by leaders putting up their hand, acknowledging that they don't have all the answers and sometimes they need to take care of their health is a really powerful message. And we've started programs in policing that talk to that, getting officers to talk about their own experiences in the hope that that role modelling will normalise, as you said, the fact that this work does impact and it's okay. I often talk about our first responders, our police, normal humans doing extraordinary things. But at the end of the day, they're normal people that it would be unusual if they were not affected. My hope, if we are to talk about trauma and organisational and operational stress, is I think we have come a long way on the impact of trauma, but we know that's one piece of the puzzle. If we can normalise the fact that the organisational system and the operational system, also it's okay to be impacted by that. And it's okay that you need support. If we can get to that place, like we are progressing around trauma and critical incidents, I think that would go a long way to reducing the negative outcomes that we're seeing.
I'm grateful, Dr. Drew. If we might reach back perhaps to some evidence you gave earlier about one of your studies, and in particular setting up a system that acts as a means of identifying, red flagging, as it were, issues that can give rise to trauma. Does that play a role in, is it a surveillance system that will play a role in normalising these matters? And I'd ask you to respond to that, and if so, how?
So in the model that we just had there, the final pillar is the staff care element of that model. And that's what you're talking to in your question around leaders being aware. So being in a position, and they need to be supported to be in this position to evaluate the stress that's happening in the workplace, not just for them, but for those that they lead, to value and have a sense of responsibility for what they control that may contribute or negate the health of the worker. And the most important part of that staff care element is, based on that awareness and value, that the leader actively tries to manipulate factors within the workplace they know are causing harm. Now, this is not something, as we've talked about, that a leader can do independently. They need the organisational system support, they need research like we're doing to be able to give them the information, the evidence, and also the skills to create the factors that are the recipe for a healthy workplace.
And in that case, is it correct to say that this bears some relationship to the notion of mitigating risk or workplace risk? And if so, how?
So across Australia, we've had the recent psychosocial legislation being now integrated. Psychological factors are now being considered in the same vein as physical risks. So we've had workplace health and safety legislation for a long time. It has focused on physical hazards, physical risks, and physical outcomes. It's a whole new day, which I'm glad has arrived, that now there's an acknowledgement that psychological hazards, risks, and outcomes are the responsibility of leaders and agencies, and it's now legislated across many of our states. So this is the time to strike while the iron's hot. This is no longer a nice to have. This is now you must. You must track hazards. You must mitigate risks. You must consider the health of your workers. So we are at the dawn of what I hope is going to be significant work. Again, whether it's motivated work or it's by the stick approach, either way, I think we're going to see some action. The only thing that may mitigate the impact of that action is how much organisations embrace and truly feel responsible, and it doesn't become a tick the box exercise.
Yes, and in connection with in embracing that, do organisational values play a role, and if so, in what way?
We need to move the culture of our organisations to, as we've spoken before, about valuing this alongside every other performance metric. It has to be given the same resourcing as well as the same value. So we can talk, and we often do, about the value of the health of our workers and how important it is, and we often hear leaders talk about it. When we know an organisation is truly committed, we see that followed up by resourcing, and we see it followed up by action that's actually supported and tracked and given the resources in order to achieve what we need to achieve.
Are you able just to elucidate some of the organisational values that exist within the police force? Because that might assist us in drawing relevant comparisons, but I'd be grateful for that.
In terms of, I think under the umbrella of value, we spoke before about organisational justice, a culture that embodies the value of the individuals within it and validates the experiences of the individual within that agency. A value of the interpretation of how an individual is affected by the decisions that are made by all levels in the agency. When we are looking at any strategy, any implementation, any policy, how much does the organisation put in as one of their priorities or one of their value statements the people? Are the people put front and centre? Nothing within our agency's work independent of people. And so ensuring that, one, the agency makes it very clear that every decision, everything that happens within the agency, people are first and foremost the consideration, and then following up that by action is what's needed.
Thank you. And if I might now just move to a slightly different topic, but to pick up on something you said earlier in the examination, and that is to responding to the notion that we can't just be reactive to the experience of the individual. Might I ask you to locate this strategy within a primary prevention framework? And you might have to, I might get you to explore the notion of primary prevention, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention. Where does it fit?
So across police agencies, and they're not alone in this, many of our health and wellbeing strategies sit in a secondary or tertiary prevention approach, which has been driven by the fact that trauma, for instance, is a static risk. So secondary interventions and tertiary interventions are both reactive. Some harm has occurred before an intervention is put into place. So a secondary intervention is about detecting and responding to problems once they've occurred. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to minimise the progression. Trying to identify it early on, but you're identifying early on harm that's already occurred and trying to mitigate further risk that might emanate from that. Tertiary interventions come right at the end. So tertiary interventions are about the treatment and management of significant and negative psychological and health consequences that have occurred because of harm that's been experienced. So the focus in police agencies, because we have tended to look at trauma and critical incidents, have been secondary and tertiary in nature, and they're focused on the individual. Primary prevention is really the gold star pursuit that we should be trying to attain. So primary prevention is about how do we identify things that are happening within our workplaces that we can either eliminate or significantly reduce before they have the opportunity to cause any harm at all within our employed cohort. So this is why taking a very clear focus on organisational and operational stress leads us to the ability to develop primary prevention. My goal is, how do we identify harms before they have the opportunity to impact, before we have an element of burnout, before we have psychological distress? We need to be in a position to identify those factors that we can actually intervene with at the very earliest stage before they have the opportunity to impact our officers.
Thank you. And with that in mind, might you explore some practical means for influencing wellbeing? How can it be done? You've mentioned organisational justice and the importance of that, and then its corollary. The middle management support, is that the primary means of influencing, or are there other practical ways of doing it?
In terms of a practical implementation of all the research and all of the relationships we're discovering between predictors and outcomes, the practical intervention is, one, accurate identification of what are the hazards and what's causing harm. From our research, and I suggest across many agencies, that will lead us to the perspective that with the identification of hazards, that they're hazards we actually can prevent. So one, collecting the information to know what the hazards are, which hazards, not just because of their prevalence or exposure, the ones that are actually related to harm. So we often talk in policing about the experience of exposure. So we ask an officer, if you were to be involved in a shooting, how stressful would that be? And of course, all officers say that that would be highly stressful. But we need to understand the relationship between the actual experience. What do officers most experience as negative factors? And then what's the outcome? So one is about collecting information so we can prioritise hazards. We could probably come up with 30 or 40 hazards that are having some impact on the psychological health. We can't tackle all of those at once. We need a strategy to be able to prioritise and work our way through. The second practical application is really about uplifting of leaders, providing them with the information they need in order to be the best leaders they can and lead for wellness. They cannot do that without the support of uplifting their own skills and knowledge, but also the support of all layers in the organisation that are all working towards the same objective.
And tell me, does it remain possible, and I don't wish to be pessimistic, but in an organisation that is facing workplace pressures of lack of staff, particularly you've mentioned burnout, how is it manageable when you have systemic pressures that those middle managers that can't always control?
So that's why we often talk about the gold star approach is to try to eliminate harm or hazards before they have the chance to impact. Sometimes when we feel like we can't eliminate something, we throw our hands up and say, well, there's nothing we can do. The next best approach is to look at innovative ways that we can at least reduce the harm, reduce the hazard. So it's about supporting leaders at all levels in the agency to prioritise, to have a particular hazard. Maybe it is staff shortages, and say, can we eliminate it? No. But what can we do in order to minimise the risk that it poses to our workers? Often, from a perspective of supporting officers and supporting their wellbeing, simply acknowledging and validating the experience of that hazard goes some way to reducing harm. So a good example of how perceptions are critically important, if we think about social support, so that might be supervisor support or peer support. Research is very clear that the perception of support is equally as impactful as received support. So you don't actually have to access a support service, or your supervisor doesn't have to actively support you in a behaviour. If your perception is, if you know that your supervisor will have your back when you need it or will support you, that reduces psychological harm in our cohorts. So sometimes it's not even about doing anything of action. It's about knowing that help and resource is available should you need to reach out.
Yes, thank you. We have heard about, if I can put it generally, a disconnect between the level of strategy and what is proposed at enterprise level and wanted at enterprise level, and then what is actually achievable at the tactical level, given the resources, limited individuals, limited services and the like. Are you able to elaborate on how that disconnect can be bridged in some way, or there can be an implementation of strategy at a lower level, notwithstanding the limitations?
I think it's about that transparency that I was just talking about. It's about acknowledging that there may not be a perfect solution, and not over-promising and under-delivering. So for our leaders to be transparent that their aim is to eliminate burnout and psychological distress, but that perhaps is an unrealistic goal. And what can we do in order to minimise the harm? What can we do that your experiences are validated and acknowledged? So it's a difficult situation. Of course, if we had all the resources in the world, we could eliminate these harms. In policing, for instance, we're struggling to get as many recruits as we need. The answer really is for us to double our workforce and reduce staff shortages. But in the case that that can't happen, what are the levers by action, but also simply support, can all levels of the agency give to officers for them to be able to know that they have a voice, that the leaders know that they're struggling and that it's on their radar and they're doing what they can do. And that has to be genuine. That can't simply be a byline in the strategic plan or something that we put in a press release. It has to be felt genuinely, and that perception of genuine support, even if it doesn't eradicate the harm, will go a long way to reducing the negative psychological outcomes our officers are experiencing.
Thank you, Dr. Drew. There's just one further matter that I'd like to raise with you, and in fact, it's a comment really on some evidence that we heard yesterday. So yesterday we heard from a panel of experts on the relationship between physical injury and psychological distress. And in particular, we heard about a program it was an injury prevention program that was piloted in the Army some nearly 20 years ago. And two of the experts were involved in that program. And it was said by one of the experts, Dr. Rudsky, that support for the program to be more broadly implemented was sought from Army, and Army said, well, no, it's a joint health problem because it's an enterprise-wide issue, and Joint Health said, well, no, it's an Army issue because all the injuries happen in Army. And those experts felt that there was a failure of leadership. Are you able to comment on that in any way?
I think it's not surprising the way in which health and well-being has been considered in our agencies for a long time in a silo, that health and well-being is something that HR, Human Resources, does. It's an add-on. It's a nice to have, but it's the first thing to go when we're under budget constraints or there's other organisational priorities. So I think that what you're describing really talks about the fact that health and well-being needs to no longer be treated in a silo. It's no longer the problem of HR or a separate well-being section. It has to be integrated and resourced by every part of the agency because it's critical for every performance metric for you to have healthy workers. So there's not a specific budget for health and well-being that can be cut when there's an increase in crime rates or a youth gang problem or whatever it may be. That shouldn't be our first go-to where we cut our budget, and it often is. And having these conversations and putting it on the table, putting it into our performance management systems, identifying it along as an equal, if not higher priority than every other metric we're using, will go some way to hopefully the culture of it being an add-on being taken away in our agencies.
Thank you, Dr. Drew. I have no further questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagotti. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much for your evidence today. I have a number of questions, as always. You talked early on about the importance of family, and I think it was in the context of acknowledging that when we look at suicide data, whether it's police, ADF or the general community, relationship breakdowns often do feature as an association, not necessarily a cause, but an association. And you talked about how important it is for organisations to actually acknowledge that and respond to it. I'm just wondering whether you can give us any indication of examples where you've seen that done well, that the organisation has engaged with the family as a protective kind of strategy.
There's certainly more conversation about the need to include consideration of family and the fact that organisations, particularly organisations which have strong identities like first responder, policing, defence, that the individual needs to have a whole wraparound. So it's not when they walk out the door of their workplace at the end of the day, that's where the organisation's responsibility stops. It's the holistic, it's the whole person, because we know the type of work that the people that we're talking about does not stop at the door. It does infiltrate their whole life, including their family. I'm not aware of any specific programs, which is probably an indication of itself, other than, there's pockets of discussion, particularly if we reflect on policing in the areas investigators in child exploitation. There's often more talk, there's, programs in place about how do we have a conversation, how do we prepare families also for the work. Whether they've been evaluated, I'm not sure. Also with our covert operatives, in that sense, often there's work done by police agencies about what the impact of covert work will have on families. But in terms of any systematic programs that we could get off the shelf, unfortunately, I'm unaware that we have any right now.
Okay. Ms. Rivigotti was asking you about what you're describing in terms of the leading for wellness. If we think about the ADF as an organisation, currently 60,000 serving members, more if you count the reserves, more if you count the APS in defence, etc. In terms of trying to implement something like what you're describing, do you need to go and do that diagnostics at the local level first, or can you just kind of pitch right in with the solution?
So the approach that we're taking is multi-layered. So, and I entirely acknowledge we have that challenge in policing about particularly geographically, how do we get to all of the people across our agency? So the strategy that we've taken is, as our first analysis of the hazards, we've done a statewide survey. That allows us to prioritise for the organisation. As I've said, the gold standard approach is then to drill down. We're able to do that with our data, so we've collected data across the state through the survey. We also obviously have administrative data like workplace injury and sick leave that we're overlaying. So we are able to look at work units and we're able to prioritise for work units. Now, the identification of hazards in terms of getting across large numbers in geographic areas is more simplistic than when it comes to the implementation. What we hope in the work that we're doing is that we're going to be able over time to develop a whole suite of interventions that will be able to be run by the agency internally or in collaboration with others that come to develop and implement the interventions. So over time, there will be a capacity for products to be evaluated, interventions to be designed and evaluated that potentially could be deployed out to regional areas. But it's certainly a challenge when we've already discussed this in the collaboration with AIPM and myself around the Leadership for Wellness program. How are we going to scale this up? If we're to talk about sergeants, we have a lot of sergeants across the country, and that's one of the layers we want to get to. In the Leadership for Wellness document that you have, we talk about having a multi-channel perspective. So the pilot program we will develop will be a face-to-face program, but we also hope over time to have different channels. So whether that's the ability to deliver this training online and have online learning products. And again, our statewide survey, similarly to what I guess you could do, is we can identify priority areas. Yeah.
Okay. So I take it from that, it's still a work in progress in terms of with Queensland Police, which is what, 20,000?
So we have just under 12,000 sworn officers and another 3,000 or 4,000 staff members. So the project that we hope to embark on using the data will be to go into districts and do district interventions across the state. That will require significant commitment by the organisation. We expect that we could probably get across the districts in a year and then start again. So it would be a yearly process. In terms of that, if we can get, have these interventions yearly, that's probably a good time. You're not going to see significant change with the things that we're talking about in less than a year. So I don't think it's a disadvantage to have some time between going in and doing an audit and intervention and then waiting for some time to revisit those areas.
So what level of resources are you talking about to actually do this intervention in the Queensland Police Service?
So we're currently in just designing a proposal to implement this process. It'll probably take a team of 2 or 3 people to maybe a month to prepare to go into the district, maybe 3 or 4 weeks within the district and reporting and working with the district. So over time we will have efficiency of scale. So the first pilot program will obviously be much more resource intensive, but we're also very aware that we want to, whenever we can, get some time efficiency in terms of standardised reports, being able to analyse the data quickly. The thing that will take time, and it's the crucial part, and we want to invest the most time, is actually being on the ground with those in the district. So we're going to do a lot of preparatory work before we get there so we can maximise the time we can spend with the officers on the ground.
Sorry, just to get a sense of, to do the whole of QPS on this 12-monthly cycle, you're talking about a team of 2 to 3 total?
2 or 3 people in the intervention team. Yeah, so to run the process.
Supported by what behind the intervention team?
So that would be the intervention team. So that would be a collaboration between, say, myself that runs all the data collection and helps with the intervention, and then a couple of staff within the Queensland Police Service. So about 3 people would be the intervention team. Now, that in terms of actually then implementing the interventions, then that would be additional resources. So some of the interventions we could run as part of the audit process that could be effectively run by that team, depending on the type of hazards that we identify and I guess the scope of what's happening in that district. Some districts will require more interventions than others. So some districts will require very little intervention if it's a high-performing district.
So, but again, just trying to get a sense of what the overall looks like. Are we talking about maybe 10 people?
No, we think that we can run the program with 3 people doing the psychosocial audit and then the intervention process.
So 3 in total?
3 in total to go into each district to do the audit process, yes. And then while they're able to facilitate some interventions, but then depending on it, it's hard to say, depending on how many interventions, obviously if we recommend that they need a supervisor support program and they need some resiliency training at an individual level, that will require extra resourcing. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the actual intervention itself in terms of doing the audit would be 3 people, a team could do it, but then the implementation of the intervention depending on how many they would need.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get a
Yeah.
sense of, and then extrapolate out to the size of the ADF across the whole country and beyond.
Yes, and it's an enormous investment. And what we're also being very transparent and articulating, as I said before, is that it's a journey across time. Nothing is we can't have all the interventions ready at the beginning. So this is a learning process and a development process that is going to take a long-term commitment by the agency, and I think that speaks to one of the questions about, programs that come and go. This program is going to hinge on the fact that there's sustained and continued investment, and then the rewards will compound over time, but it will need to be a commitment over time.
Yep, thank you. And just to understand, when you were talking about the self-care of the leader and needing to acknowledge their health and journey first, what does that actually look like when you're talking about a big burly police inspector or a seasoned ADF leader?
So I absolutely acknowledge that that is not an easy task, and it's going to require some skill and expertise. So the way we envisage the program that we're developing is, and we're piloting a face-to-face program, and then we'll worry about how we upscale it later. The face-to-face program will include onboarding, so one-on-one discussion and consultation with the leader before they come to the program, in order to try to overcome some of that reticence. I think it's also important to acknowledge that sometimes the reticence to self-identify or acknowledge vulnerability is something that is foreign to some of our leaders, and often for good reason, because our culture has been punishing those who are seen as weak. None of this cultural change is going to happen overnight. Just in policing, we often don't change in policing until we have a royal commission or a commission of inquiry, and we're forced to change. So I think it's building blocks. I acknowledge that the first step is simply, firstly, asking leaders to take a step of vulnerability, but for the agency then not to punish them for that. I acknowledge your point, though. It's a challenge.
And can I just ask you, you talked about the sense of organisational justice and the betrayal, the sense of betrayal that can follow if that sense of organisational justice has been breached. I guess one of the challenges there is that there's always different perceptions about an individual's role, their actions, etc. Someone may see that there's been a problem and they don't see it, they don't have any insight into what others have perceived or experienced, etc. So it's almost inevitable that there's going to be a sense of injustice there somewhere along the line. How do you deal with that?
So when we talk about organisational justice, and often leaders will say that to me, is that, but it's not an objective reality. So there's two parts of organisational justice. One is a real, valid sense and experience of organisational justice. So actually there has been in action an organisational injustice. And then the other perspective is the perception of individuals. Now, it doesn't matter if it's an objective reality of organisational justice or it's simply a perception of someone as organisational justice, the outcome is the same in terms of the impact on psychological health. So in terms of a practical tackling of that issue, is the first acknowledgement of the person's perception of what's occurred. So a good example of that is we also have been working in policing looking at embitterment, which is related to organisational justice. So embitterment is feeling like something has wronged you within the agency, and it's not a fleeting feeling of cynicism or embitterment. It's something you simply cannot let go. It has violated your basic beliefs, and it has some relevancy to organisational betrayal and moral injury. I was speaking as an example to a leader within one of our districts, and he said that he had an officer that I guess was the exact example of someone who felt significant organisational injustice, was significantly embittered by a workplace bullying incident that had experienced in a previous station. This officer, his new officer in charge, had no perception of what had happened to that officer before he came to his station. He just knew that this officer was a problem, that this officer, nothing was ever right for this officer. Now, the officer in charge said I could either just, throw it out as, there's nothing I can do with this person, he's unable to be managed. What happened was that officer had his coffee cup moved one day, and in the officer's words, he just lost his mind that his coffee cup was moved. And the officer in charge didn't understand, but he took a step back and said there must be something behind this. So that officer in charge didn't ask just once, because when he asked the first time, the officer said, I don't know, it just really annoys me, wouldn't open up. But that officer in charge persisted over time and said, no, I really want to understand, everyone else's perception was this person was crazy. They reacted ridiculously to this slight against them. Once the officer in charge kept going back to this officer saying that he was actually really interested in his experience, then all of his journey in policing had come out, what had happened with the bullying in the previous station. It was on that basis that then that officer became much more manageable, because the officer in charge took the time to understand the sense of injustice that officer felt and that embitterment. Did it restore what had happened in the previous station? No. But what it did is it made that officer much more feel valued by his current workplace and his current supervisor. So I guess there's ways in which, by understanding, acknowledging and validating, that we can overcome sense of injustice and embitterment, but it takes that time and it takes a leader that truly wants to understand that person.
Yeah, thank you for that, and it's very helpful to hear that. But I guess I was kind of thinking about the situation where you've got two different people, one of whom may have had some action taken, for example, because of something they've done or not done or whatever, and feel that that's an injustice. But on the other hand, you've got a group of people who may have been impacted by what they did or didn't do, who, if action wasn't taken, they would feel there was an injustice. So there's competing kind of demands within the workplace, and it's not, sometimes they're just not compatible, and you can't kind of necessarily have a sense of justice for everybody. How do you deal with that?
I think that is entirely true. Sometimes that no matter what you do, how much you listen to someone, how much you explain the processes, the person won't let it go. I would contend that that's a small proportion, or a much smaller proportion that we currently have, of officers, if we actually listen and we actually consider their point of view. A little bit like the research I was talking about perceived versus received support. Simply acknowledging and valuing someone's opinion and listening to their story, it won't solve that issue for everyone, but I think we can solve the issue for a much larger proportion. Then what we often do in that situation, where there's two competing sides, both see injustice for different reasons, is our processes and our leaders shut down, and they feel that the best response is not to talk about it at all and not try to be open and transparent. So that openness and transparency, even when in an organisational change is a prime example. We often think that the best way to protect people against getting stressed around organisational change is simply not tell them what's going on. We know that's the exact opposite. Even if you tell someone that an organisational change is likely to negatively impact them, it has a less negative impact on them than simply keeping them in the dark or not talking about it.
And just my final question is, you talked about the importance of, at the organisational level, the leaders talking about what's required, valuing, acknowledging, and I'm assuming that in the case, if we're thinking here about the ADF, we're talking about the political, not just at the organisational level. But there is a risk there because there are so many constraints that there is the risk that it will be perceived as hollow words, saying the right thing, but nothing changes. So how do we get around that?
And I think that's about taking a multi-layer intervention. Absolutely, and I've talked to police agencies about this before. If the Commissioner comes out and makes a statement around health and safety and the value of the workers within their agency and the officers on the front line, that statement, if hollow, can do more damage than good. So if our senior leaders want to make those statements, that needs to be followed up, that needs to be resourced, and there needs to be actual action that's visible at every layer of the agency. Otherwise, absolutely, I agree, you're doing more damage than not saying anything at all. And that's certainly the perception of many of our officers, that they genuinely believe the senior leaders value their health, but they don't see the action on the ground, and that leads to those feelings of embitterment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks, Doctor, for your evidence. We were not so long ago in Western Australia and received a publication sponsored, I think, by the Western Australian Police Union as an attempted survey of suicide among police across the country. You're familiar with it, I take?
Yes, the details I'm not sure of, but it came out, it was produced a little while after we collected the data in Queensland, so I am aware of the report, yes.
Are you aware of anything more comprehensive than that about police in Australia?
No, so when we conducted our research in Queensland, we were able to only find, and there was a number of parameters in terms of the methodology and the empirical evidence that was collected, etc. So there's a number of criteria. We were only able to find 3 previous studies that really had tried to unpack the factors related to police suicide.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
My next question is, my recollection of that is that the data about deaths of police by suicide after leaving the service were pretty sketchy. Is that still the case?
Absolutely. So the research that we did in Queensland, the reason that we were able to, with some veracity in terms of confidence of our findings of how many officers had died by suicide after they left the service, was because we worked very closely with the police agency. So the challenge is collecting accurate data. So in the coronial reports, if we look at the national coronial reports, only sometimes will they report previous employment. There's usually no mention, or typically no mention, of previous service. So when we looked at our own coronial reports from Queensland, in more cases than not, there was no reference that that was a police officer, a former police officer. The reason we were able to identify, and it took us a year to collect the data, was we were able to use Queensland Police Service records of every individual officer and their number, their registration number, and we were able then to cross-check it with births, deaths and marriages to be able to identify. That is a major hole in our data, and we found in our study that it doubled the number of suicides. So we had 9 active officer suicides and then 9 former officers across that period. So our understanding of officers that have left that may still have been tied for the work is a major issue when it comes to data collection, and only can be overcome by working very closely with police agencies who are willing to be transparent in providing the data that allows us to identify those former officers.
With the data that you're familiar with, are you able to comment on whether it shows anything like the differences between retired male and female veterans, or the increase in suicidality or suicide of veterans after they leave the service
So
in the police force?
the numbers are quite small, so there wasn't really any. It was mostly males that had died by suicide, but small numbers. We said 9 active and 9 former officers. So in terms of gender, it's difficult to get patterns when you've got such small numbers. Sorry, was there another part to your question?
The other part was too that our data about veteran suicide indicates that the proportion of veterans to the general population who do die by suicide rises after they leave the service.
And because of our inability to track officers after they've left, we weren't able to calculate a rate for officers that had left the service compared to the general population, because we don't know how many surviving police officers there are, ex-police officers there are, to get the whole population to compare it against. When I look at defence suicide research, because you have much more sophisticated tracking systems through Veteran Affairs and a whole range of things, that's why you've got the capacity to do that. We don't have the capacity in terms of to calculate rates. But I guess we can look at the fact that we had 9 active officers and then 9 former officers, and the doubling when we look at former officers, that it would indicate that there's a concern there about transitioning. And particularly given that 7 of those 9 officers had gone out on medical retirement, indicates about or raises the question, what's the organisation's responsibility once a police officer has left the service with a psychological condition? What responsibility do they have after their exit to engage in support of those officers?
And they have no equivalent to DVA, of course.
No, that's right. Makes it difficult. If we could, in terms of the way we could tackle it, is if we were able to get coronial reports that was able to collect data about history, or we could have, a specific question in the coronial reporting system of whether that person had served. That would be a way of trying to collect that information. But we're left right now just working very closely with the police agencies, which is why I commend the Queensland Police Service. We didn't know how many officers we would find, and our commissioner said, we need to know. So it was brave of the agency to do it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Your evidence today certainly resonated with me personally, but you've validated, I think, my thinking in many ways that there might be some lessons to be learnt and lessons noted from the police and emergency services sector into the military sector and veteran sector. But you've made a recommendation in the paper that for future action in relation to establishing a central repository for all the active and former suicide deaths in policing. And you've said it's a matter of urgency. What's happening with that? Is that something that's likely to happen?
Unfortunately, I'm not the first person to make that recommendation. That recommendation was very, very clearly made in the Senate inquiry, looking at mental health concerns across first responder populations. As far as I'm concerned, with talking to my network, there hasn't been any action based on the Senate inquiry recommendation to have that national database. So my recommendation comes as a second recommendation to add to the voice that it's something that we significantly need. because we simply don't know. There was a spike in suicides of police officers in Ontario a number of years ago, and one of the statements which resonated with me in their coronial report when they reviewed those deaths was, it's hard to acknowledge or prevent something when we simply don't know it's occurring. And that's the situation we're in.
Thank you. Just one other issue, and it's in relation to leadership. You've looked at these issues very deeply, and you've done some really good thinking and made recommendations, both here and particularly in the US as well. The importance of leadership, I think, is not new to any of us, and we certainly heard earlier today from General Dunn, and we've heard from many people that unless it's led, these efforts are led by the leadership, then nothing happens. Certainly the evidence before this commission over the last few decades, that has been either missing or inadequate from the leadership in the ADF to lead to more effective measures being put in place in relation to suicidality. What advice would you have for us in terms of recommendations? You seem to have got very good buy-in, certainly in Queensland from Commissioner Carroll. That's become a nationally noticed sort of effort. I'm not going to ask you how you achieved that, but what would you recommend for us in terms of discussions and recommendations for the leadership of the ADF, not singling out any individuals, to make things happen?
That's a big question. I think it takes an acknowledgement. So often we hear, and this is where the conversation started in policing, is we already do leadership. We already do leadership training. We have thousands of leadership programs at all layers of our agency. Now that is entirely true, and many of those leadership programs are very well designed. From our review of police, I can't talk to defence, none of those leadership programs have been designed to give leaders the skills and knowledge around mental health and suicide. And as the research has clearly shown, particularly around the health-oriented leadership model, it is a different skill set. So I guess the first, if we have a bite-sized chunk, is a review of all the leadership programs that currently occur and how do we augment them. So it may not be in the first instance, and we talked from the other commissioner's question around, the challenge of the large employee cohort that we need to get across. We need to look at how we leverage off what already exists. So there's lots of leadership programs in your agency, just as there is ours. Even if we could have a half a day or a day of those leadership programs that are designed for wellness, it would be a step in the right direction. So how can we leverage off what is there already with the aim that at some point we can have standalone programs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Seckler, any questions?
No questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagotti. Any questions arising?
No.
No, okay. Is the doctor to be excused from her summons to
Yes,
appear?
please, Commissioner.
Okay. Doctor, I just want to say thank you again. Your evidence has been invaluable for us, and you've given us a great deal to think about. Thank you for your evidence. Thank you for the amount of preparation you've put in, and the reading material that was in the reading block is certainly very, very helpful as well. You're excused from your summons to appear today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other matters arising?
Other than lunch, no.
Okay, we might break for lunch then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 2:45. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ribabody.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We're joined by Associate Professor Karina Juritsma and Professor Sharon Parker. They're appearing virtually, and I believe they'll be taking an affirmation.
Do you, Professor Sharon Parker, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence... I'll start again. Do you, Professor Sharon Parker, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
You
the
might be
whole
on
truth,
mute.
and nothing but the truth.
Professor, you might be on mute at your end.
Oh, can you hear me, Karina?
And
Yep, I think we can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, I will try again. Sorry. I, Professor Sharon Parker, solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Do you, Professor Karen Juritsma, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I, Karina Juritsma, solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, the Australian Research Council Laureate Fellow Sharon Parker is a John Curtin Distinguished Professor in Organisational Behaviour in the Faculty of Business and Law, Curtin University, and she has held that position since 2018. Professor Parker is a world-leading researcher on the topic of work design, as well as other topics such as proactivity, mental health and job performance. In this connection, Professor Parker is the Director of the Centre for Transformative Work Design within the Future of Work Institute at Curtin University. And again, she's held that position since 2018. She's the Chief Investigator of the Mature Workers in Organisations stream of the Australian Research Council of Excellence in Population Ageing Research, and she has undertaken that since 2017. And she's a co-founder in 2019 of the Thrive at Work initiative designed to improve mental health at work. Professor Parker is also an honorary professor at the University of Western Australia, and she's held that position since 2018. And she's an honorary professor at the University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom, and she's held that position since 2010. In 2021, Professor Parker, along with Associate Professor Juritsma and others, was nominated for the 2021 Australian Museum Eureka Prize for Outstanding Science in Safeguarding Australia, and that was presented by the Department of Defence, and that was in connection with the research they undertook into strategies for ensuring endurance and performance of crew aboard the Royal Australian Navy's attack class submarines. In 2016, Professor Parker received the Australian Research Council Laureate Fellowship. She received her PhD at the University of Sheffield in 1994, and she is also an honorary fellow at the University of Western Australia, the Australian Academy of Sciences, and the US Society for Industrial and Organisational Psychology. We're joined also by Associate Professor Karina Juritsma. Associate Professor Juritsma is the Associate Professor and Professor of Practice at Curtin University's Future of Work Institute, and she has held that position since 2018. She is a researcher in organisational psychology, and she holds over 20 years' experience working with academics and industry stakeholders across multiple disciplines to address critical workplace challenges. Associate Professor Juritsma is an honorary research fellow at the University of Western Australia, a position she's held since 2018, and an Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency registered psychologist, and she's been in that position since 2007. Prior to this, Associate Professor Juritsma was the collaborative lead of a Centre for Transformative Work Design at the University of Western Australia and a senior lecturer for the School of Psychology at the University of Western Australia. In 2002, Associate Professor Juritsma was the recipient of the Curtin University Faculty of Business Law Industry Project of the Year. She has obtained a Masters of Industrial and Organisational Psychology from the University of Western Australia in 2003 and also holds a Bachelor of Science with First Class Honours in Psychology, which she obtained from the University of Western Australia in 2000. You'll recall, Commissioners, just in the evidence we have just heard from Dr. Drew, she spoke about leadership for wellness, and she spoke about that in connection with, very briefly, she mentioned its relevance to work design. These witnesses will give evidence in respect of the topic of work design. In order to, by way of background to considering the notion of work design, might I ask you in the first instance to summarise the prevailing discourse around mental health at work? And perhaps, Professor Parker, I might direct that question to you, if I may.
Yeah, thank you. The predominant way that people think about mental health in most workplaces is this idea that there are individuals who are experiencing mental ill health who come to work and therefore they need to be supported. Whilst that is obviously true, what we would also encourage is a much more proactive approach. So trying to actually prevent mental ill health from emerging through work. And also we would recommend a less individual approach and looking a little bit less at just what the individual brings to the equation, but also what is the role of the work itself in shaping mental health.
And so in looking at the role of work itself, is the point there that work can in fact have a positive or an adverse impact on an employee's mental health?
Yeah, work can have both a positive and a negative impact. And what we need to do is to design the work in a way that it has a positive impact. So in essence, we're really talking about changing the work rather than solely focusing on changing the worker. So so I guess the important point really is that it's not just the responsibility of individuals, it's the responsibility of both the individuals themselves to think about their mental health, but it's also the responsibility, and it's a legal responsibility for employers to think about the work that people are doing and to make sure that that work does not cause harm and ideally also promotes positive mental health and well-being as well.
So of course, the relevant point being there that one doesn't focus primarily on or solely on the individual as the primary target of the intervention. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. It can be tempting to, if there's an individual, for example, suffering from poor mental health at work, it can be tempting to say, for example, that individual is not resilient enough. Let's send them on training to make them more resilient. What we would encourage is saying, well, what is happening in the actual work itself? Are the levels of demands reasonable, for example? And is that actually what is causing the work stress rather than the individual's personal level of resilience? So focusing on the way in which work can both enhance mental health and well-being, but also when it's poorly designed, cause suffering to people.
Thank you, Professor Parker. Now, you have mentioned there the need of the obligations and the legal obligations on employers, but is it the case then that one takes a compliance-oriented focus to managing mental health and removing the risk, or should something more be done?
Of course, it's important to remove the risk and to achieve compliance with those work health and safety laws. But what we find is that sometimes more success is achieved if you take a broader perspective and recognise that actually creating positive, healthy work is not just going to be good for mental health and well-being, but it's also actually going to be positive for the business. And this is important because then you're aligning up the goals of the organisation. Whatever the goals of that organisation are, they will be more effectively achieved if people in the workplace have got that high quality work. So sometimes you'll hear the saying, good health is good business. And that is really a perspective that we encourage. If there is too much focus just on compliance and ticking the boxes, unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily really create the quality work that's going to sustain and create that virtuous cycle where you get good outcomes for individuals and their well-being, but also good outcomes for the organisation.
And you have mentioned their well-being in addition to ameliorating mental health challenges. What is the importance of focusing on well-being?
It's an excellent question. I think if I can give the sort of analogy of physical health, we wouldn't call someone healthy just because they are not sick, right? We would call someone healthy if they've got good cardiovascular functioning and if they're fit and so on. And in just the same way, we wouldn't call someone mentally healthy just because they are not depressed or not anxious. And in fact, if we turn to the World Health Organization and how it defines mental health, it talks about mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own potential, develops their abilities, copes with the stresses of life, learns and contributes to work and the community. So you can see that the World Health Organization defines mental health as much more than just not being depressed or not being anxious. It's about people's optimal functioning in their lives.
Thank you. And tell me, what approach can one take to these issues in order to ensure, as much as an organisation can, mental health and good mental health and well-being?
So we need to move away from a sort of a piecemealed siloed approach that is really reactive. So, for example, a very common strategy in organisations is to make sure that there is access for people who are suffering from poor mental health to counselling, EAPs, for example. That's great, but that again is reactive. It's also siloed. So we need to move to that more preventative, proactive space to say, let's also look at how we can create and design in healthy, productive work and prevent the emergence of mental ill health.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, in the introduction to the work that you have undertaken, I mentioned that you're a co-founder of the Thrive at Work initiative. And that is designed to improve mental health at work. Is that initiative relevant to the matters you're just discussing?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we created this model in order to shift the conversations about mental health that are occurring away from that individual reactive approach that I mentioned right at the beginning to this more preventative, holistic approach. Yes, sorry.
I was going to say, in those circumstances, it might be appropriate to describe the framework, but I wondered, do I address that question to you or would I address that to Professor Juritsma?
Perhaps if we start with me and then Professor Juritsma can leverage off that. There are three pillars in the Thrive at Work framework. The first one is mitigate illness, and that is really reflecting that traditional approach that I've already spoken about. So that is saying, yes, there are people in the workplace who are experiencing poor mental health and well-being. Let's make sure we know about that. So let's be able to identify who those people are, and let's make sure we can support those people, and let's make sure we can accommodate those people. For example, if they have been off work for some time, let's make sure that we support them properly back into the workplace. So that's mitigate illness, and that's important, but it's not the only thing that we need to be doing. The second pillar is about prevent harm. And this is really going back to what I said before about let's give emphasis to the role that work itself plays in shaping mental health of people, because we actually know from decades of research that work plays a very powerful role in influencing people's well-being and mental health at workplace. So the prevent harm component is about saying, first of all, let's make sure we design work so that it has the elements of work in it that are going to be psychologically healthy for people. We call those job resources. By that, we don't mean monetary resources, we mean jobs that have got, for example, some degree of autonomy in them, because we know from research that people want to have some control over their world of work. So autonomy is an important job resource that we need to build into work. The second component of the prevent harm piece is the importance of making sure the demands at work are tolerable. So basically, all work has demands. I like to sort of say that that's pretty much the definition of work. You know, you've got goals that you've got to achieve, but it's really important to make sure that those demands are manageable and not overwhelming people. So the workload that people have, the expectations that people are making of them, all of these things, the emotional pressure in the work, they need to be manageable aspects of work. So prevent harm as a pillar is really about saying, let's change the work, let's create work that's got those job resources, that's got manageable demands, and therefore promote mental health and well-being in that way. I'll just very briefly describe the third pillar. And the third pillar is about what we call promote thriving. And in a sense, it's recognizing that more holistic perspective of mental health that I referred to before, which is that we need to look at well-being, not just making sure people are not suffering from ill health. So promote thriving as a pillar is about saying, let's go even further and foster the well-being of people through creating great quality work in which people are connected with other people, in which people are learning all the time. And really, as you can see, as I'm talking here, it's really about getting that definition that the World Health Organization has of work in which people can fully contribute and learn and grow. So that's the third component of the pillar. And I guess what we're arguing is that all of those elements are important. It's not about just choosing one or the other, but all of them are equally important.
Thank you. And Tommy, is it the case that the first two of those, so mitigating illness and preventing harm, are very much directed on changing the work or looking at the work and the organisation? Does that differ from the third? If so, how?
Yes, so actually the first one, mitigate illness, is, I guess in all three of those pillars, we recognise, you know, that you can both look at improving the work and the organisation and the systems. And secondly, you can also look at fostering change in the individuals. So we recognise that those strategies apply across all three pillars. So if I can just give a quick example for each. So for example, with mitigate illness, we are saying it's very important that organisations put in place practices so that they know if mental ill health is occurring and so that they can support it. So for example, supervisors might be trained so that they can observe if someone seems to be experiencing poor mental health. So that is a strategy of changing the work, changing the system. But we could also focus on changing workers. And an example in mitigate illness might be, we might run a program to encourage workers to speak out if they are struggling. So there we're trying to change the workers to have the confidence to speak out. So that is more of a strategy, or we might encourage them to seek help from a counsellor, those sorts of strategies. And we can apply that logic all the way through for each pillar. That we can look at both changing the systems of work, the work design, the leadership, the organisation, and we can look at changing and developing the individuals. And what we would argue is that both strategies are important. Again, it's not either or, but it's about both. And what we try to do is put more emphasis on changing the organisation, the work, the leadership, the systems, because that's the bit that can get neglected.
Thank you. And tell me, Associate Professor Druitt-Smith, is there anything you might wish to add to what Professor Parker has said there?
I'm just thinking, actually, as Sharon elaborated on the example for mitigate, maybe it is helpful that I give you an example across the other pillars there. Just, you asked about thriving particularly, but if we take prevent harm and what we have within that space, actually, there are things that possibly we do think about in terms of job crafting or how we detach from work and those sorts of things, which would be the individual strategies of what are we doing? Are we teaching individuals to seek clarification, of seek feedback, those types of things, versus the flip to that, which would be the systems in which people are given feedback, in which they are rewarded and recognised. And to your question that you had around the thriving end of the scale, possibly we actually also very often just see very individual focuses when it comes to thriving. We think of positive psychology and we think of maybe mindfulness and we think of these things which might be individual level strategies that are here, but actually the opportunities that organisations provide for continuous learning and development that are there, the type of things around the learning climates that are there, the safety, the psychological safety, to catch and correct errors, and even the connection that we have and the diversity and inclusion kind of strategies would actually be the ones that would sit within this ability to foster people's abilities to continue that lifelong learning and to be able to have that proactivity and that active state of well-being. So it's not just individual. Hopefully that's just an elaboration, I suppose, on where Sharon was going, with those examples of each of them have the individual, but there's the systems that lay behind them as well.
And I'm grateful for that elaboration. In that connection, might I invite you, Associate Professor Dritsma, to indicate whether this has particular benefits for the employer, and if so, what they might be?
So I guess Sharon has, been unpacking the fact that what we're looking at is this full spectrum of mental health and well-being. So for one of these things, we're talking about the benefits of obviously supporting people who are experiencing ill health. And from that side of things, the earlier we can detect illness and the better we can support people. There are the cost benefits of shorter or quicker return, reduced injuries that are there, but through to those more positive sides of what we're talking about in terms of this learning orientation or the proactivity. And as Sharon mentioned before, there's this fostering around meeting the good business sides of things, people who have good work, who have good clarity, who have the meaning and the purpose and well-designed work are also able to be more agile, to be able to be safer, and therefore we have more of the performance, or the high performance end of the scale, as well as the attraction and the retention of work that is good work, and also the decreased turnover of people wishing to leave. Because before we get to ill health, perhaps we get lower performance and or we get the turnover that's there, which would be the other things.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, might I ask you to provide some practical examples of how this might be implemented? And I'll suggest a challenge perhaps to the implementation. You can respond to it as to whether it's a challenge or not. And that is the increasing automation of work and the impact of technology and whether that plays a role.
Yeah, that's important. In fact, when Karina was talking about how good work can foster, behaviors like creativity, innovation, actually going into the future as we increasingly automate routine work, the work that is going to be left for humans to do is going to be the work that requires creativity, innovation, problem solving. So this imperative that we're talking about of creating good work is only going to accelerate as we automate and so on and so forth. But we also need to make sure that when we automate, that we actually think consciously about, is this automation making the work good for humans, or is it actually making it worse for humans? Because there is quite a lot of evidence that when technology is implemented, it sometimes makes work worse. And so just to give a classic example would be that technology is introduced to run a system. And instead of the person's job being to actually do that, their job is to watch a screen and to make sure that the system doesn't break. So we call that a very passive monitoring job. You're just monitoring a screen to make sure something doesn't go wrong. And that sort of job can be very, very boring for people. It can reduce their skill use and so on. And it can actually create some of these psychosocial risks, some of these work stressors that employers have a responsibility to prevent. So as we go forward into the future, as more automation happens, as we're increasingly subject to algorithmic management and all of these sorts of things, the issues that we've been talking about are going to become more important. And so even more critical that organisations learn how to give them serious attention.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Parker, I understand that you've developed a model being the smart work design model. Is that in order to give some structure to this framework and a means of implementing the framework? If so, how does it operate?
Yeah, the smart work design model is basically, we talked about the 3 pillars before. The smart work design model fits in the prevent harm pillar. So it's about change the work. So if we're talking with organizations around how do we create better work, of course they say, well, where do we start? And we created the SMART model as a summary of more than 100 years of research on what are the really important aspects that people should have in work in order to be healthy and productive. So that's the origin of the SMART model. So it's an evidence-based model, and it has 5 components, which I would just go through briefly. The first component is S for stimulating, and that is recognizing that people want to have work where they've got a bit of variety, a bit of challenge, some meaning, some interest, where they're growing and learning. And I think I gave an example of how technology can create actually those really boring jobs where all you do all day is stare at a screen. That's sort of the opposite of stimulating. M is for mastery. And mastery is premised on this idea that 99.9% of people want to go to work and do their job well. But to do that, they need to know what it is they're doing. So they need to have what we call role clarity. They need to get some feedback on how their performance is tracking. And they need to have a sense of where does their job fit in the bigger picture of the organisation. So that's what mastery is all about. A is for agency, or sometimes autonomy. And that really speaks to this fundamental need that humans have, which is to be in control of their environment or to be able to shape their work. So flexible working, allowing people to work from home, if possible. It's not feasible in all jobs, but that's an example of agency. If it's possible for people to work at home, why not give them some agency to choose to do that occasionally? R is for relational, and I think Karina will talk more about this later in terms of defence specifically. And this is really recognising that human beings are social creatures. When we go to work, we want to connect with other people. We want to be supported by our manager, by our peers. We want to have positive social relationships. Of course, the opposite of that are things like harassment and bullying, and we know that those sort of toxic interpersonal behaviours are extremely damaging for people. So R is about saying, let's design work so that people have positive relationships with each other and can work as a team and can really feel that they're part of something bigger than themselves. And then I'll come to T, which we've already mentioned a little bit already. And this is about the importance of having work demands that are tolerable. So this is about making sure people's work hours are reasonable, that they are not working so long and so hard that they're emotionally exhausted, fatigued, going home, fighting with their spouse, not being able to uphold their family responsibilities, etc. So tolerable demands is making sure that the expectations we have of workers, the things they need to do, are reasonable and are something that they can cope with, and they don't overwhelm their coping resources. So that's the SMART model in a nutshell.
Thank you, Professor Parker. Tell me, can it be difficult sometimes for organisational managers to understand or to appreciate that work can have adverse effects on mental health, the day-to-day work?
Yes, it can. Sometimes I draw a little picture of an iceberg, and on the top of the iceberg, I show various behaviors that people might engage in or they might experience stress. But underneath the iceberg, the things that we can't see so clearly is the work design. And I use that metaphor to try and encourage managers to look under the iceberg and say, okay, somebody is experiencing stress or they're not performing well, but why could that be? Let's look at the role of work. In psychology, there is a concept called the fundamental attribution error. But what that means is that humans have a natural tendency when there are things going wrong to blame the individual, rather than to look at the circumstances which the individual is within. And that's a natural human tendency. And we see that happening in work design. So we see if people are suffering from poor mental health at work, we see the tendency of managers to say, well, that's because of something wrong with the individual. They're not resilient enough, to go back to an earlier example. Instead of saying, oh, actually, maybe their demands are not tolerable, or maybe they're really unclear, they lack the mastery about what it is that they should be doing, and that's actually causing them the distress.
Thank you, Professor Parker. And tell me, did you undertake some research work into fly-in, fly-out workers in this connection?
Yes, actually, so we did a big study on FIFO, or fly-in, fly-out workers, a couple of years ago here at Curtin University, and that arose out of findings from an inquiry around high levels of suicide in that population. And our role was to look at the mental health of the FIFO workers and try and understand what could be put in place to change or improve mental health. So, as an example, one of the things that really makes a difference to the mental health of FIFO workers is their roster. So, for example, if you're a FIFO worker and you are away from your family for 3 to 4 weeks, and then you come back home and you're home for a week, that roster is called a 3-in-1, away for 3 weeks, back home for 1. That is a very different experience to what's called, say, a 5-in-2 roster, which is you're away for 5 days and you come back for 2 days. You can imagine the stress that it puts on a family when someone is away for 3 weeks and then comes back just for 1 week. Our research showed that rosters shape the mental health of well-being mental health and well-being of the FIFO workers, and was a strong influence on their mental health. Now, it can be an unpalatable observation to the employers, to the mining organisations, because in essence, we are suggesting changing some of those rosters, which may have some financial consequences. So it can be, and we had the response, in fact, from some of the stakeholders that maybe mentally unhealthy people choose the worst rosters. In other words, the people who are depressed or anxious choose the roster where you're away for 3 weeks and home for 1. So we did a number of analyses to investigate whether that alternative hypothesis was true, and showed some quite strong evidence that it is not. For example, one of the things that we did is we measured people's mental health. Couple hundred workers, we actually measured their mental health before they went away, so when they're home, and then when they were on site. We measured their mental health 2 or 3 times, and then we measured their mental health when they got home. And what we showed is that when people are just about to come home, their mental health improves. They get home, their mental health is better. When they're just about to go back, they have a dip in their mental health, and when they're away, especially at the beginning, when they're still going to be away for a long time, their mental health dramatically decreases. So their mental health is affected by where they are in the roster, which really speaks against this idea that it's just the mentally unhealthy people who choose the unhealthy rosters.
Yes, and thank you. And when you're looking at aspects of work design, and I just have rostering in mind for the moment, if, for example, those aspects of work design are difficult to change, is there a way of assisting the worker in other ways in order to protect the worker against those unhealthy aspects? Perhaps is that for you, Professor Parker or Professor Dritsma?
Do you want to go, Karina?
Sure. I guess one of the things Sharon was talking about before was sort of splitting up aspects of work design into the demands and the resources that were there as well. So if you think of being away and these rosters as a demand, right? And we can argue whether they're, immutable demands in this situation or not, but if these are the things that are here, we're also talking about what other resources are there. So one of the ways in which to support this can also be that are you in an environment in which you then have good work, right? Because you're actually looking at the resources and the resilience, because you are going to take a dip. So I don't know, we can sort of park all of the things that you can do to maybe help support people in those transition periods between their families. But if we just take the piece around the work, if we then have meaningful, purposeful work, if we have supervisors who are clear, if we have role clarity, if we feel competent in our work, we have colleagues that we can connect to around our work, and we have some degree of agency, we then have these additional resources that help us compensate during these transition times that are there. So one of the ways in which organisations can do this, as well as you can teach organisations, individuals how to access these things, is to actually ensure that you have, the clarity, there is as much autonomy, as possible there, the types of feedback, and that in itself is a structural buffer against some of those demands that are there. So that's one of the ways in which you can kind of look at that.
Thank you.
And can I just add one more point, which is relevant, I think, to the idea that good health is good business. Actually, if those mining organisations, in the case of rosters, I said, it's unpalatable for them to think about making shorter rosters because that has a cost. But actually, if you also really costed the impact of those longer rosters on the fact that people suffer more, they're more likely to leave, they're disengaged, which affects their performance. If you really costed all that out, actually you end up with a proposition that suggests it might actually be worth changing the rosters financially, not just from that sort of perspective of mental health and well-being.
Yes, is it the case that the costs may not always be visible immediately?
Exactly.
Yes. Tell me, Professor Parker, what are the challenges to changing work design? There must be some.
Yeah, well, first of all, people need to realise the role of work design, which, as we've just talked about, is not always the case, right? It can seem more obvious to focus on individuals. It can seem easier in some ways to send someone off for training, for resilience training, as an example, rather than actually looking at the work design. So one of the challenges is that, if you really want to improve people's work design, you need to understand the work. And so that means actually, it's not usually possible to just have a blanket policy across the whole organisation. It's much more about saying, for these workers in this situation, for example, the submariners might be quite different to army personnel, etc. For these workers, what are their work design challenges? They might be different to other workers. And so what do we need to do to support those workers in that situation? So that's one of the challenges, I think, of work design, is that there's not a one size fits all. It is about creating the right quality of work for that situation.
Thank you. And tell me, how might work redesign impact performance, both at an individual level, but also at an organisational level?
We know actually that if you redesign work with these principles that I've talked about in mine, the SMART principles, there are benefits for individuals, but benefits for organizations as well. And I'm just going to choose an example that's from a very different context, but I think highlights it well. As you would know, aged care is a very challenging world for creating high quality work. We've got a lot of burnout and so on. But there is a model in the Netherlands called Buurtzorg, which is a different way of designing work to deliver aged care. And it's a way of designing work, I won't go into too much detail, but where highly educated groups of workers work in a very self-managing way to deliver care within a particular neighbourhood. So it's a very different approach to what we have here in Australia. But if we look at, well, what's the impact of that way of designing work? Well, first of all, Buurtzorg is regularly selected as employer of choice. In other words, the workers love it as a way of working. It receives the highest ratings of care from the clients, the older people who are getting looked after. There's been analyses by consultants that show that this way of doing it is cheaper from a government perspective, from a cost perspective. So when you design work well, you should be getting those benefits for people themselves, the workers themselves, the people that they give service to, the goals of the organization, and the cost. And that's what we call really good, well-designed, smart work.
Yes, thank you. And I take it they can have impacts on an organisation on both at a local but also at an enterprise level. Is that right? And if so, how?
Yeah. I mean, it depends a little bit on the strategy that you have. Sometimes when we work with organizations to improve their work design, we're just focusing on one particular group, an at-risk group, for example, perhaps a group where burnout is really, really high. And there, of course, you're focusing on that more local level. But if you're looking at improving work design across the board, across the whole organization, then those benefits that we've talked about before, that people are well, they turn up, they don't leave, they work harder, they work smarter, they're more innovative, all of those benefits add up to benefits for the organization as well, cost benefits, reputation benefits, and so on.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, what are some of the elements or factors that are relevant to successfully implementing a work redesign intervention?
Yeah, so it's about figuring out what's appropriate in that situation. So I think it's and I think also important is it's something that needs to involve multiple stakeholders. So, for example, if you have a human resource department, they usually can't, they can change policies. So let's go back to that flexible working example. They can introduce a policy of flexible working, and that can help to create more agency, more autonomy in people's work design. But what we also know from research is that often those policies don't work because they come down to the discretion of the individual manager in the workplace. So there might be a policy of flexible work, but the individual manager is like, well, I think you need to be here. And so the policy fails. So one of the ways that we make successful work design is trying to think about, yes, it's about looking at those broader policies that are going to support the work design, but also what do we need to do to change the behavior of the leaders to support better work design? What might we need to do to change people's roles? So Karina talked before about perhaps a lack of clarity. If people don't know what it is they should be doing, let's look at that clarity. And we can also be saying, what can the workers themselves be doing to achieve better work design? So we call that a multi-level approach. So effective work design isn't just about looking at individuals. It isn't just about looking at leaders. It isn't just about looking at policies. It's about looking at all of those levels and making sure that that they all line up and are creating that smarter work consistently.
And might you provide to the commissioners some examples of how it can be done practically? How really can you implement it in an organisation?
Yeah, so normally when you're looking at work design, you would start with the question of, well, what are people's work design actually like? So you would start with some sort of diagnosis, just as in the same way, if someone is not well, they go to the doctor, you have to start with a diagnosis. So you would start by saying, well, what are the areas in this organisation that are problematic from a work design perspective? So as I mentioned, some organisations we work with, it's that people are really bored and don't feel they're using their skills, so they're lacking that stimulating component. But other organisations, for example, we're doing a lot with aged care, a lot of the issues there are around just overload, so intolerable demands. So first of all, find out what the work design issues are, and then, of course, create strategies for addressing those issues and create those strategies at multiple levels. But one of the most important things for successful work design is to involve the workers themselves in that process. So, for example, we are doing this right now with our aged care workers in a project called Design for Care. So we are running workshops, working with the frontline aged care deliverers to say, what can we do to change your work to make it healthier and more productive? That's really important because those are the people that do that job all day long. And they actually have a really good and deep understanding of their work. So if we can involve them in creating better work, it's not only motivating for them, but you often get better solutions as well. So we call that participation, and that participatory process is one of the real hallmarks of successful work redesign.
Observing that, are work design interventions then better implemented at that operational, they have to be implemented at the operational level, or is it you take a strategic approach, or is it both? Are you able to?
It's probably both. I know that sounds like I'm making it complex, but you need that strategic approach to sort of get the senior leadership behind whatever it is you're doing. And as I said before, you might want to attack it in a sort of multi-pronged, multi-level way. So you want that strategic approach. But most of the time, to get the success, you're going to need some of the strategy to be about involving the actual workers. And I mean genuine involvement as well. I don't mean tokenistic involvement, which we also sometimes see in organizations. We're really talking about using the expertise, because the workers who do the work, they are experts in their job, using that expertise to create. So it is both. That's important. But Karina, you might have an example from Defence you're able to give.
I'm just thinking if we're thinking of a practical example to go with Sharon's, participatory approach here, that is, let's just say that diagnosis has actually shown that, for example, there is a lack of role clarity. So we're talking about there's a mastery kind of issue that's there, as well as in some ways maybe a lack of a sense of agency. Work redesign, or when we're talking about work design, can actually be, for example, it might have been identified, okay, we see that this is an issue. There are already, policies, practices, all these structures in place, but still this seems to be happening. Perhaps because there's a lot of change and uncertainty, or whatever it happens to be contextually. An intervention might actually be at this local level of collective crafting, which then says, okay, at this team level, what are we going to do to make this more clear? And that might be, pre-shift briefings or something like that. We are going to discuss these things more clearly. We're going to have 5 minutes at the start of the day in which we're actually going, this is what we're doing and why, rather than we just make that assumption that this is a given that's there, or we're actually going to say something which is more around, let's celebrate some of the things we've achieved, rather than it always just being, what's the next thing that needs to be done. They're actually powerful, informal ways of redesigning work that can have massive impacts on people's mental health and well-being. And that's that place and space where individuals or teams can be involved in what works for them, even though there's sort of the permission given and the structure that's there, that it's not suddenly like they're doing their work completely differently. You know, how you hold a briefing or something like that, it allows for that space, I suppose.
So,
And actually, if I can just to pick up on that, to just say, to make it even more concrete, the intervention, the idea of the pre-briefings is something we actually did here in Western Australia with surgical teams. And we then, so what we introduced was literally a 5-minute brief before the surgical list of the day. And it was just an opportunity to enhance that role clarity by saying, well, who's going to do what order are you going to do things? When are we going to do things? Who wants to do this role? Who wants to do that role? And we showed, and this is another part of another component of important work redesign, which is to evaluate what you do. We evaluated this initiative. We showed that the teamwork was better as a result of this. The mental health of the work of the surgeons and the technicians and the nurses were better. It was safer because those communication mishaps that occur in surgical teams were less likely to occur. And it saved multiple $1 million a year because it meant much less time wasted because there was that planning up front. So these interventions can make a real difference when you get them right.
So tell me, is it the case that even in highly structured workplaces where people have clearly allocated roles, is it still possible to engage in work design?
Absolutely. And I just, my career was in Sheffield. I did a lot of work in manufacturing companies, steel companies. And just to give one very simple example, even though people in factories have often got quite structured roles, one of the consequences can be that their work is not very stimulating because they're doing the same thing over and over again. And that makes them bored, but it also hurts their muscles and can cause musculoskeletal injuries because they're using the same muscles over and over. So a work redesign intervention that we know would work in that case is to do something called job rotation, which is to just rotate people around different tasks, different roles that they do in the manufacturing environment. So that gives them more variety, gives them actually helps their clarity because they get a bigger picture understanding of the organization. And of course, it can also have those physical benefits because they're not reusing the same muscles over and over. So it's absolutely the case. In fact, it's perhaps even more important that we look at work design when people are in those structured environments.
Thank you. I might at this point turn Associate Professor Juritsma to the particular work you have undertaken with the Defence Forces, having had that theoretical background or introduction.
Mm-hmm.
Would you, I invite you to explain to the Commissioners the nature of the research you have undertaken and what was the background? What is the background to that research?
Yeah, for sure. Originally the questions have been around optimising crew endurance on future platforms, in this case for the submarine platform that was there. And when we talk about optimised endurance of a platform, we're also talking about the humans that are there, right, and optimising endurance. And so what it is really looking at that notion of endurance is how are people performing, optimally across a shift, for example, but potentially through to across a mission, which is then across multiple days. And then as we talk about it, it's also across missions, so across a career. And those different types of questions began actually really when we were looking at the attack class submarine and looking at its understanding of if we're going to look at things like rosters, shifts, scheme of complement, who's doing what to optimize that functioning on a submarine, or how many people do you need on a future platform, we also need to deeply understand what's happening now, right? Like to actually understand what are the things that are challenging for people and what are these things that are resources for people on a current platform. So over the last 7 years, it has been now, have been doing a number of different studies with the submarine force. Some of those have been sea trials looking at the cumulative fatigue that goes across missions and the impact of that both on fatigue and well-being, and the structures of that, looking at what they're doing at work, but also recovery, detachment and sleep was on a submarine platform. And another of those has been workforce surveys across serving submariners to look at the impact of work design and individual appraisals and attributions on that whole spectrum of mental health and well-being. So we've been looking at everything from the ill of the burnout through to that thriving end of the spectrum.
Thank you, Professor Dritsma. And in that connection, might you be able to describe with perhaps a little more specificity some of the psychological risks or stressors that can arise for the members the subject of that research?
Most definitely. So a submarine, right, is an interesting, extreme environment. It's one in which you have long deployments, continuous exposures to ongoing demands. You can't really swap people out or have spares. And in particular here, you've also got an environment in which you have no, family contact for prolonged periods of time. And so there's this really interesting thing about limited respite recoveries, both from that scheduling and environmental conditions. But when we look at across, and I'll sort of speak to, we've done a number of things, but I think that sort of workforce survey and the driver analysis around those outcomes, as well as how we see the trajectories of fatigue across missions, speak really well to when we talk about what the psychosocial risks are or the environment that's there. I think it's probably not surprising in this type of environment that, you have these demands of high levels of vigilance that are there in an environment where there's constant cost of errors, right? So what we would typically do, as there are demanding environments that we have, a submarine is an example, and that would not be unlike when you are in particular other types of deployments for people across the ADF, that there's no real stand down time. You're possibly always on call in an environment. So there are these poor opportunities for respite, there's ongoing sleep restrictions, and there is an accumulation of fatigue. So going back to actually that question, that comment we made about the FIFO and the roster systems, what's been really interesting is also looking at, well, what are the things that submariners are doing or what do they have in their environment that is actually acting as recovery mechanisms or buffering or mitigating against those risks that are there in that environment. And some of those things that are actually pretty good in the submarine force are these feelings of, to an extent, knowing what they're doing and role clarity, around things, and mastery that people feel that they have. So very importantly are these feelings of competence. These are really important protective factors. People feeling like they have the training that they need and the resources that they need, their job clarity, and those feelings, of competence, as I said, as well as what we would call organisational capital around resources of feeling like they're cared about. And what we see is it's actually the work environment and the structure of that work environment is more predictive of their well-being outcomes than any of the type of individual appraisals like family support for military life or any of those types of things that are often studied in this environment. So it goes back to the work and the work itself. When I say that there's those things that are the buffers, it means that when individuals don't have those things, so those people who feel less confident, less clear, like they don't have those things, they obviously fare worse than those individuals who do experience those things.
Yes, thank you. And you mentioned there's workforce surveys. What were they and how are they deployed?
So the survey was actually a whole of workforce survey. So everybody who had their dolphins or had been, or active, who were able to serve submariners, we had more than 60%, so we've got 350 active submariners, in which what we've asked them about is actually, if we talk about the structure of SMART, we've actually looked at those things around stimulating work. Are they using their skills? Do they have variety around that mastery? Do they have feelings of competence? Are they getting the role clarity around the autonomy that's there? Do they feel like they have adequate decision-making control? Around the relational aspects of the work? Do they feel like they have leader support, know where to get help? And do they have tolerable demands? And we actually asked this in a different context too. So we actually asked about this in terms of their experiences when they're at sea and also when they're alongside and shore-based. And we actually see quite different outcomes, different psychosocial risks and different impacts across those settings. In that, when submariners are on mission or at sea, they feel like they have clarity. They actually even things like a lot of vigilance tasks and a lot of things are actually things that, even though they are draining on them, are also things that give them meaning and purpose. However, when we talk about shore-based and alongside work, the type of things that might be hassles, what we would see as hassle kind of demands. So people are unclear as to why they have to do things, also things like deployment uncertainty, all of these types of things that are not necessarily core to the work and the work itself that people are doing, they actually impact a lot on the well-being of submariners. So it's not necessarily the on-mission work, but it's the other pieces of the puzzle. And I think that that's definitely been something that we've seen is we can't just talk about the work of our Defence Force as the work when they're on mission. It is also when they are, it's the whole of work. And we also see that with sea trials that we think about it's the work, is what they're doing when they're not at work. So auxiliary duties or off-watch duties and those sorts of things, and sleep are all a part of what we mean by work design. So to your question of the survey, we looked at all of those aspects, and then we also looked at how they're faring in terms of burnout, turnover intentions, thriving, and a number of other things to look at what we could do to best predict those outcomes. And what we see is the demand type of aspects of the role are the biggest predictors of burnout, as well as an absence of those resources. So low clarity, low competence, low feelings of connectedness, and low skill use would lead themselves more to the burnout. Vice versa, having those things would lend themselves to more of those energized, positive states of thriving.
Thank you. And tell me, Associate Professor Dritsma, did you engage in specific interventions to address those issues, or was it more a question of identification of stressors?
At this stage, because the work that we were engaged to do was about design criteria for a future submarine platforms, so it's about those learnings for the future rather than for Sub4 directly. We have communicated those things, but they're not necessarily changed. Like, we have actually trialled alternative watch-keeping structures on the Collins class submarine to effect. But it was like the purpose of the work is actually to identify for future submarine. It wasn't as an intervention on the current.
Certainly. And you've identified daily stressors and some of the not so much the mission experience, but the daily stressors is a significant source of stress for ADF members, or at least those the subject of your research. Are you able to give the Commissioners some indication about how might those stressors in an ADF context be ameliorated? What can be done to improve the work design for ADF members?
One of the things is actually clarification as to why people need to do the things that they need to do when they're not necessarily core to their tasks. So it is actually that task identity or that recognition. It's not just, and other times it might be things like a bit of role conflict. So contractors might be doing something instead of something that an individual themselves could do, those types of things, which are sometimes more about why is this happening and the communication as to why those decisions are there. Some of the other types of things which would maybe technology hassles or those types of things are also things that individuals can live with an understanding that technology is not perfect, all of these sorts of things happen, but is there a plan for improvements? Is there a recognition that that is actually a workload, challenge or an issue that's there? So very often it's those types of communications that are there, or those types of daily stressors, which might be, what are my pathways for using my skills? How am I being recognised? How am I being rewarded around that? And by rewarded, I don't mean monetary remuneration, but potentially opportunities or other things to use skills. So it's that transparency, it's the fairness, it's those sorts of recognition things that are often the challenges that are actually, I believe, can be rectified a lot of the time through clarification and just transparency.
Thank you. And you've talked about the importance of purpose when it comes to mission. Is that why, when you're talking about the more day-to-day activities that need to be undertaken, purpose still needs to be identified and connected to the broader intent of the work and the operational effect of the force?
Yes. So this notion of, task significance, or how is what my pieces are doing part of a puzzle, I suppose, is really important. In general, this is not something that is low, I think, within a submarine force, because it's a relatively small unit, right, in which people kind of know their pieces of the puzzle that are there. So it's very often the auxiliary tasks rather than the core tasks, which would be those things that are questioned in terms of what people are doing. And therefore, it's often actually still quite siloed work. You still have different functions doing particular things. So it very much does depend on command and the structures of how you're working across those units, which is no different to in an ordinary organisation in terms of what's my role and how do I, connect with the other pieces of my organisation.
Thank you. And tell me, Associate Professor Drutzman, have we covered now the extent of the research you have undertaken with the Defence Force, or are there other aspects of it that you would consider relevant to work design?
I think that if I was to sort of just capture the essence of the findings that we talk about, what do we mean by work redesign in an environment in which, yes, we can potentially talk about the rosters, that are there and how often are people sleeping, and that might be a major redesign, but that it is very much the leveraging of those resources to mitigate against and buffer against the demands of that challenging work that's really important. And we see that in our research, that if you are actually, where possible, removing those types of hassle demands in which people are like, why do I have to do this? This is, unnecessary work, or I'm unclear around my work, where people are not feeling competent. Those types of things are really effective ways to help people to not have the same accumulation of those demands that they have across those trajectories. So it's really, the other thing I would say is that we actually often think that vigilance demands. So Sharon used the sort of example of technology being passive work, but actually on a submarine, you've got a lot of potential roles with passive work. That's actually really meaningful and purposeful work to those operators. And I think that this is sort of the case in this environment, that what we have is challenge demands and hindrance demands. And the challenge demands are actually things that are very draining on us, but they are things that like, because if we're constantly using them, but they're when we get to use our skills, we're getting to use our brains, you know, and those sorts of things, versus those sorts of things that we don't want to do, and we find bureaucracy or those sorts of things. A lot of the thinking about technology is also such that we want to potentially remove some of those vigilance demands, which are actually really important key roles for some of these functions that are here. So it's more about how they recover and recuperate from some of these ideas, because there will be major identity and purpose transitions that need to happen as we automate, as we make things more sensor driven and we change things. There are actually many roles that are deeply impacted, where it's actually the core of their role has always been to have that vigilance, to fix things, to do all of these things that they won't need to do anymore. So that's probably just one of those things, going to meaning and purpose as we're seeing those decisions around technology and systems change. That would be really important.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, I might turn to you now and invite you to comment on what Associate Professor Dritzler has said, whether there's anything you might like to add to that.
Yeah, I think what Karina has highlighted is how, you know, the specific work design issues that she is talking about are in the context of submariners. You know, if we were to go and do a similar piece of research with the people who work on the Navy boats or the Army personnel, or, you know, we would find some similar things, but also some different things. And I guess that just reiterates the point that I said before, that there's no one size fits all. It is about understanding what are the work design issues in that particular context. And you can see from the examples that Karina has given that, you know, you really know the work, you know, there's a deep understanding of the work, and nobody at a very senior level is going to be able to just come up with those ideas. You can see how important it's been to get the voices of the workers themselves in this process to really understand what it is that would make healthy work. So just wanted to sort of, I think what you've given, Karina, is an example of some of those broader points that we've been trying to make about, you know, how you do work design in a big organization.
For example, with administrative work or work that it's difficult to find a purpose, maybe at first blush, difficult to find a purpose. How do you engage employees or ADF members to see the value and to participate in that work design? Can you give some sort of practical, build it out in a little more of a practical way? I might direct that to you, Professor Parker.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. So, you know, it's interesting that you say that, you know, sometimes I think, you know, we make assumptions about certain sort of work that it's harder to see a purpose. You know, I've talked to hairdressers who feel a hugely strong sense of purpose in their work because they actually know that they talk to people, they provide emotional support to people, they make people look good, and that gives them meaning. So, you know, I think sometimes we confuse status with purpose, and we think that only high status roles have got purpose. So, you know, I actually think all work that we do has got important purpose, and sometimes people just need help to realize it, and they need to sometimes connect with the beneficiaries of that work to really understand the value that it adds. That might be getting feedback from customers, or it might be you know, hearing from somebody who you've helped or whatever. But I'm just trying to think of specific defense examples. Karina, do you have yeah, my guess is that purpose is rarely the main issue, actually, except as Karina says, when people are doing that sort of offshore, that work that's not on the sea trial, but it's the work onshore. And, maybe there needs to be then more effort in helping people to understand their purpose. But to me, it seems eminently feasible.
And look, I think it's also reasonable to say that there are administrative work that gets done that may get done without having really thought about, are there ways in which things could be done more efficiently? Are there ways in which technology could improve on those things that allows people to spend less time on those things so that they can actually have more respite? They are real things that are there that if people have discussed that, they can understand. We don't have the ability to change that system immediately, but it's there, as part of the things that we are working on. So sometimes it's an acknowledgement that some of those things are necessary, effortful work that might not have that much intrinsic reward, but are part of a broader team or a system or a broader functioning. And so it's just making those things clear and explicit and connecting back to people. You need to do this for this reason. Though if we, use the example, a real example of painting rocks, at a naval base or something like that, as something that people do in their downtime, we can question, do people need to paint rocks, situation. I think it's fair to say that sometimes people are like, why do I have to do this? And just because isn't really as good enough answer around that, if that sort of helps around those things. Sometimes people just need to be, there needs to be recognition around it. Other times it is, can we actually improve these things? And then other times it's like, it's just part of a division of labour. That's also reason.
And I thought of an example, sometimes I think the purpose is clear in a sense, but it gets obscured by bad work design. So if I can give an example, I mentioned before, we're doing work in aged care. The purpose is really clear. It's look after and care for, vulnerable people, older people. But unfortunately, a lot of the stress for the workers is they can't execute that purpose because they're too overloaded, the demands are too high, they're not clear what to prioritize of the 40 patients that need help all at the same time, etc. So the purpose is clear, but it's obscured by poor work design. So I don't know whether that helps, but I was thinking in some ways, it's a little bit what you're talking about, Karina. I think sometimes the purpose is there, but it's not being communicated or allowed for people to actually realize the purpose.
And separately from that, in circumstances where you have workplaces that might be under pressure owing to retention and recruitment issues, and matters such as that, and pressures are placed on employees, how then do you engage in work design or work redesign if there are some particular issues that are causing problems for workers? Professor Parker?
Sorry, I was just distracted because I suddenly saw a low battery sign on my computer. I'm not sure why, which I will rectify in just one moment. But I think, sorry, could you mind repeating the question?
Yes.
Sorry.
So in circumstances where you have workplaces that might be under pressure owing to recruitment or retention issues.
Yep.
How with those parameters can you engage in work design in order to alleviate some of the pressures that are placed on workers?
Yes, and this is, I think, Karina's point and around looking at that smart work design model holistically, because sometimes work is demanding. And, if there are staff shortages that are causing excess pressure for people, of course, one would hope that you get more staff and alleviate them. But if you can't do that, if that's not possible for all sorts of reasons, like you can't recruit and attract, and that's an issue in many workplaces right now, then it comes to the other aspects of the model as being really important. So what we know from research is that people can cope with more demands if they're supported. And, think about that in your own work, and you're under pressure, but you've got support from people who are looking after you, helping you, caring about you, recognizing the great work you do. All those things make the same pressure actually feel okay or feel more tolerable. It's the same with autonomy. If you've got a lot of demands and pressure and things you've got to do, but you've got control, perhaps over when you do them, the order you do those tasks, or, you do the ones that are really hard on your brain early in the morning when you're awake or whatever, but you've got autonomy, that can actually make the demands again feel more tolerable. So that's why we talk about the SMART model as a holistic model, because sometimes you can't actually change the demands. And if we look at the Defence, the Navy, long deployment, they're going to get longer actually with the new submarines. That's going to be a demand. But how do we create the rest of the work, the support, the connection with other people, the clarity, in order to offset some of those things that maybe we can't change so easily?
Thank you. And Associate Professor Dritsma, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think so. It is really about, like what Sharon is saying, it's sometimes an absence of those resources can feel like a demand, right? If we don't know what we are doing, or we don't feel competent and we don't have these things, they actually have the same function really of feeling like they're depleting our resources, right, that are there. But they are things we can increase, which is quite the difference between them. So by seeking clarity, and that's where we go all the way back to that system that's there of controls. We can teach people that a really important way to look after your own mental health and well-being is not just when it gets to that pointy end, what do you do to seek help? But it's really important for your well-being that you're using your skills, that you know what you're doing, that you have feedback, that you know who to reach out to. Individuals can then do that. If you then have leaders also going, hey, does everyone know what they're actually doing today? Giving people feedback or giving people some degree of clarity around expectations that are there. So if you're using your example of, it's understaffing perhaps, or, those sorts of things, can you prioritize? Do people have discretion over which, that there are a few things that they can drop, or that they can choose the order of their day, or, what is actually some of these things that might not be as essential as others. So Sharon's aged care example was that one. You've got 40 patients. Is there some kind of way you can assist people to say, which of these can you prioritize, or what can we do, is obviously a really effective way to help people with the other load, which isn't just the workload, but that psychological workload of I can't get to everyone, I'm not competent, what does good look like, this is unachievable, and that inability to master the role. You can help around that despite that the workload isn't necessarily reduced.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, we just lost your screen for a moment, but I trust you could hear what Professor was saying.
I apologise. I could. I just had to quickly replug in my computer. I apologise.
Not at all, not at all. Might I just address one last issue, and that is the implementation of work design, and you have touched upon this at various points, but really to bring it together. And by way of example, we have heard evidence that Defence has established a new mental health and wellbeing branch to implement a strategy, a new Defence and Veterans mental health and wellbeing strategy. And that's really to provide a point of focus at an enterprise level on mental health and wellbeing. Now, and this is a strategy that's being co-designed both with co-designed between Defence and DVA. Now, having given that description of the branch, is that somewhere where you would focus or locate the management of work design, or do we risk siloing it? How do you in an organisation as large as Defence, how do you implement good work design practices?
You want me to?
You go, Karina.
You're welcome to.
So we've talked about, I guess this actually brings together this question that you have of then where do you house this, and who holds those ultimate responsibility, really goes back to this question of what we've been talking about, like work design decisions are made, whether it's clear or not, across many functions of an organisation. So you have health and safety, and decisions around rostering and fatigue and those types of things. You have workforce planning, recruitment and retention, the formal job descriptions. They're actually separated across things, and very often where work design sits in an organisation kind of depends like formally around what's the lens that has been taken as that priority area. So whether it sits in a health and safety, whether it sits in a more HR kind of area, or whether it's more of an operational efficiency lens, they look different, right? So I guess what we would see is, if you think of the employee life cycle, probably, I think is a really good example of, there are people who create jobs and formal job descriptions. And so within organisations, there would be people creating those, whether that sits in a HR or people kind of strategy space. There is the onboarding of individuals, then there is the training of people, there is the performance evaluation, and then there's also those arms that are about career transition and retirement. And we've talked about information, training, resources, and policies. If I go back to this idea of what does a mental health and wellbeing branch for Defence look like, it makes perfect sense that there is a specialist, knowledgeable area and unit that is looking at supporting people who are experiencing ill health, who are doing that support, accommodation, and have that specialist knowledge. But if we actually talk about workforce planning, if you talk about, those operational decisions, if you talk about rostering, I imagine nowhere in that remit is the mental health and wellbeing branch also looking after all of those things, which are already functions, of the Defence Force. So it's not so much that there isn't that specialist knowledge that's there, but how will that branch tie to, whether a dotted line or informally, evaluating the decisions that are made by other areas of defence that will actually impact on the work design, and then very directly the mental health and wellbeing of that workforce. So those connections are really important.
If I can just add to that, so I think in a sense what Karina is saying is that there's a risk that if work design is allocated to a specialist branch, that it will become fragmented and siloed from the other practices that need to be thought about to create good work design. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it will, but it creates a risk of that. I think, just to put it another way, when we work with organisations to look at their mental health strategy, so we use our Thrive at Work model to go right back to that, one of the things that we do is we try to get around the table the HR people, the human resource people, the health and safety people, the operational people, the managers, some senior leaders, the people who are responsible for leadership development, the people who might be setting out rosters, etc. So we try and get around the table all of those multiple stakeholders whose actions will influence work design, and we try to get them together thinking about work design. And that's sometimes quite a radical shift, isn't it, Karina, for people, because they understand, oh gosh, work design isn't just something we can tick off a list. It's actually, something that all of us actually are already doing. We're planning new shifts. Oh, well, that's got implication for work design. The new technology department's introducing new technology. Oh, well, that's got implications for work design. So by getting people around the table, people can actually start to see, oh, we understand now how all these pieces of the puzzle would need to fit together to create the good work design. So the risk of a separate branch would be, for some reason, that not happening. So I think if that's the direction that the Defence goes in, there needs to be some real attention to how you're going to get the right stakeholders around the table to look at work design.
I use, if I can, a really a good example of where we see like mental health and wellbeing, branches, because I've seen this in first responder organisations we've worked, with and situations in which a key kind of touch point around conversations around work design might be a person's career conversation or performance conversation each year. It's this top point of time where you're going, what are my skill development needs? What would I, like to do? Am I performing well? All of those decisions that are there that might be sort of shaping on that plan with your leader, your clarity, your reward and recognition and all of those things. Now, that is actually a key part then of one of these things of building good work design. The mental health and if you have a wellbeing branch who is saying we want this to happen, how are they connected to the leader training and the career conversation, that's happening? That's just an example of a key type of work design conversation that happens within a workplace that is very separate to this idea of we can have a branch which is here about looking at mental health and wellbeing, which typically are more about those individual resources that might sit across that spectrum. What's there that we can help people access those supports and not necessarily influencing or creating those systems that are there.
Yeah, so not necessarily looking at the impacts of the organisational arrangement on the individual rather than providing supports, the resilience training and the like about which you've just spoken.
Yep. Except for in the cases potentially of work accommodations. So you do see from the wellbeing branch, that potentially if someone is experiencing ill health or needs accommodations, they might work with the organisation to go, what can we do? But from a preventative space, that's quite a different, trickier space, I think, for an individual unit without very clear connection points to those who own essentially or look after those other functions that are key to work design.
Thank you. And Professor Parker, is there anything you'd wish to add?
No, I think that's a good summary. I guess what we really trying to say is that, and it sort of relates to the earlier point that, you really want to be ideally involving the workers themselves in work redesign. The leaders, the managers in the organisation need to be involved in that redesign as well. It's not something usually that can be done by a department over there. A department over there can say, let's have counselling for everyone. But if you're talking about improving the actual work, you need to get closer to the action. And really, that's perhaps a useful way to summarise it.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions at this point. I do have one matter of housekeeping, and that is I should tender the documents.
I was going to ask you that. There's a 2-page list.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's just been shown on the screen. So we'll accept them into evidence and they'll be allocated the next lot of members.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagotti.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Commissioners, I note the time, and I wonder whether you would wish to take a break now and come back for questions, or you would prefer to continue into questions now.
We might just have a very short break and then we'll come back and continue, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. You may have some questions for the witnesses.
Thank you, Ms Ribagotti. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your evidence this afternoon. I just have a couple of questions. We heard in an earlier session today, and I'm sure you probably weren't tuned in, but we heard about a program being rolled out through Queensland Police called Leading for Wellbeing, which is all about essentially identifying organisational and operational stressors in the workplace, but having a focus on leaders' own self-care and then how they look after the care of their staff and their staff look after their own care as well. I just was trying to put the two sessions together, and it seems to me that that it's really quite complementary to what you're describing. And without having heard the previous session, but does that sound right? That it would be complementary?
Most definitely. A part of even, so let's just talk about when we're talking about looking after your own mental health and well-being around, if we take the SMART, right? And so we're talking about, are you, using your skills? Do you have role clarity? Are you involved in decision making? Do you know where to get to support? Those aspects of work. One of the things that a leader can do is actually think about, do I have these elements, and am I seeking feedback? Am I doing these things? And then also empowering their staff to go, hey, do you know what you're doing? Can I assist you around this? They are essentially crafting their roles and empowering those incumbents that they have to craft their roles. Hence, it's just a lens of what is talked about when we're talking about supporting mental health and wellbeing. This is really in that prevention work design space. Possibly, I didn't hear that session, but around leading for wellbeing, what we're saying is that's extending upon just noting when you're becoming overwhelmed or your demands are too much or what to do to support. It's really in that setting the groundwork for making sure that right in that early stages, not early detection stage, that they're also setting up for, looking after wellbeing, at that prevention and top end of the spectrum. So yes, is my answer to you around that, Sharon. I don't know.
Yeah, if I can just sort of elaborate and perhaps add a slightly different twist. I think they are very complementary because leaders play an important role in shaping the smart work of people. The only thing I would say is that the leader, supporting the leaders, developing the leaders to think about the wellbeing of staff is just one path to smart work design. It's just one path. It's not the only path. So, for example, going back to some of the examples we've talked about, for example, the pre-surgical list briefing, and Karina gave an example in defence. You might have a briefing. That is something that is a change in the way that the work is done. It's not likely to be a leader that's going to introduce that. It's something more holistic than that. We also talked about, and job rotation, another example. Again, a leader is unlikely to suddenly come up with that, but it's something that could be done to improve the work design. Karina gave examples earlier of things like performance, career discussions, how you can think about SMART within that. So that's almost maybe coming more out of a human resource initiative to think about, okay, we all do these performance discussions every year. How can we build work design and embed that process in? So I would see looking at leaders as an avenue for creating good work design is one avenue, but there are other avenues as well. And I guess, we would just encourage Defence to explore the different levels, the different avenues, rather than put all their eggs in particularly one basket, which is the leader basket, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess that was kind of me just thinking through we're hearing different things and
Yes.
trying to think that they actually all fit together as pieces
Yep.
of a bigger puzzle. Can I ask another question that arises out of something that was discussed earlier today as well, and it actually is about recruitment. What we heard earlier today was that sometimes the kind of marketing that has been undertaken around, engaging young people in a career in defence may create unrealistic expectations. And we've heard that as we've gone around the country as well a number of times. We've also heard that sometimes young recruits come in with a particular work goal in mind and they don't necessarily get assigned that in the first instance, but they're told that they can change later on, which may or may not come to fruition. I'm just wondering, again, I'm trying to put this together with what you were talking about, which is work design. If you've got young people coming in with unrealistic expectations and promises that are not met, and they feel unhappy in the workplace, how will they be able to actually benefit from a work design process? I mean, how realistic is it to think that a work redesign process can actually help in that kind of circumstance?
I think one of the ways, if we're sort of talking about work design and we're going to talk about smart work, like a person job fit is part of that sort of mastery expectations, right? Of what does good look like in my job and what will I be doing? So if you one of those things is if somebody is placed within a job in which it's really not a good fit for them or they don't have the competence or the capability, then it's a particular risk for them in that environment, right? Because they can't master that role. But let's just say they can master that role. It's just not what they would like to be doing in that role. That's another example there. There is a degree to which people can shape and craft their roles if they're given elements of work design in which you might go, may I take on these special duties, or can I do these extra, qualifications or tickets to kind of be on the fringes of this is somewhat more related to what I would like to use. At the same time, we know that not using your skills, that lack of skill utilization, so the low S or the low stimulating in that aspect is really a problem for people too. It's not just that they're bored, but it's like I've been trained or I would like to be trained and I would like to master these skills and I'm in an environment in which I can't do that. So you could argue that you can reposition people into, well, here's a slightly different set of skills and here is a way in which you can master that and utilize these skills. It's not likely that that's happening. It's likely to be happening, well, it's just tough for you, you just can't have that role, rather than really thinking about, well, what can we do here that are still these elements of giving you these stimulating aspects of this role, this mastery in this job and involving you in your role, versus sort of just thinking about what you weren't given. That would be one example of how you could kind of practically, some of it's a reframing and a leveraging of the opportunities within that role and recognising what it is about that poor fit that's the problem. Is it the fact that they're not using these skills that they really wanted to, but they could utilise or develop them in a different way? Or is it actually that they feel like they're not getting any mastery within that role? I don't know. Sharon?
Yeah, and I was sort of, my initial reaction was, in some ways you're describing something that's not really so much a work design problem. It is probably a marketing problem, in the sense of, actually having, we have this concept in organizational psychology of realistic job preview, which, there's evidence that if people actually have a more realistic view of the job, they're much more likely to stay. So, that's not so much a work design solution, but perhaps a sort of marketing and an induction component, perhaps.
Yes, and I certainly wasn't meaning to suggest it was a work design issue. But
No, that's fine. But yeah, but I think Karina is correct also, though, in that, again, if you've got work design that is, high quality work where people are learning and growing and got support and they feel safe to speak out and all those good things, even if there is a lack of job fit, they feel comfortable to raise it. They feel supported by their leader. They feel they've got some autonomy to craft their work to make it a better fit. So I also do think it is partly a work design problem too, which is if you've got good work design, it would help to pave a way for people to craft a better fit for themselves.
My next question's around the Defence Force as a kind of organisation overall. And again, I'm going to be very kind of general and broad here in terms of my characterisation of it, but it's a hierarchical organisation. It's kind of got a command and control approach. People are used to taking orders, doing as they're told, etc. And the culture of the organisation, which we know is kind of, been built up over more than a century now, it does influence the way things are done, kind of the definition of culture. I'm just wondering how much that influences capacity for work redesign. And we did hear the research you've done with one part of defence, so clearly it's possible, but I just wanted any general comments you have about how you kind of tackle cultural factors when you're doing workplace redesign.
Well, I think it's a really important observation. We do know that if an organisation is more hierarchical, more centralised, those are the features you're describing, more traditionally command and control directive, some of the things that we know that people benefit from psychologically, like having some more autonomy, are more challenging in those contexts because the senior leaders have gone, they've existed in this organisation. It's been that way for them. It's very hard for them to adapt and create a new way of leading. I would question how much that culture is still fit for purpose, in a contemporary defence world, where certainly there are absolutely times where command control is essential. There's no dispute there. But we also know that there's a lot of work carried out in defence that is more about problem solving, collaboration, working with the community. Those are things where command and control is probably not going to be the most effective work design. So I think I would say, yes, that culture will make it more difficult, but to me that is not a reason not to change it. In fact, we should probably be looking at whether that culture is still the most appropriate given the evolving nature of defence.
Yeah. I would also add to that if you take a high performance kind of lens to defence as well, in terms of conversations that are often had around how to improve things or operational efficacy and those types of things often do actually involve conversations around work design that are there. So when you're talking about, briefings and you're talking about those sorts of things, what you're actually doing, and when we talk about endurance, and this sort of operational efficacy, they're on the same spectrum. So we're not talking about that, yes, this is a coddling of people or a just talking about mental ill health side of things, that very often actually at unit levels or whatever, decisions are made as to how do we best perform. And it's just the criteria or the lenses that are used around those that can be expanded that I very much challenge, would doubt that. And we've, because we've worked with police, we've worked with firefighters, we've worked with ambulance officers, even when you think that there's very constrained environments, people are actually making these kinds of decisions all the time. It's just that they don't recognise that these things are also leveraging people's mental health and well-being. And if it's thought of in those ways, you're actually possibly not even changing the culture so much as reframing it, albeit what Sharon is saying, you know, there are definite times in which potentially those types of command and control structures are enforced in environments in which they're not necessary. But even in the environments in which they still do serve a purpose and are very necessary, there are still many touch points around that, or when it's not in an actual, you know, mission or operation that's there, but what's actually happening around decisions as to people's career pathways or decisions that people can be more involved around.
If I can just give an example of that, because I think it's relevant, you know, for example, giving people autonomy, which is the opposite of command and control, almost, so allowing people to make decisions. There's a lot of research that shows that that is most important when the environment is complex, unpredictable, and uncertain. Because it's when things are unpredictable and dynamic and changing quickly that you need the people on the ground to be able to make the decisions. It's too slow to defer up multiple chains. You know, you have to be able to act nimbly, and that means you have to have autonomy. So that's another example, and that agency is important from a mental health perspective as well. So again, you see this lineup of what's good work design from a mental health perspective is also good from an operational perspective. And that was, I think, Karina's point.
Yeah. So you've probably answered this next question by that, but I'll kind of ask it anyway. Are there risks to undertaking work redesign if indeed there's not a lot of change possible? Because you talked earlier about the fact that sometimes you can't make a lot of change. Maybe the best you can do is explain your place in the puzzle and understand the kind of challenges of that. But I'm just wondering, is there a risk?
So when we work, yes, I think you're talking about sort of raising expectations in a sense, and then not having those expectations met, which is, I agree, you know, not good for people. That is really a great way to generate cynicism and alienation in a workplace. When we practically do work redesign in an organisation, depending on who we're working with, we always talk about the sphere of control, or what's in your influence. So, you know, if we're working with senior leaders in an organisation to redesign work, there's a lot of things within their sphere of influence. We can pretty much change anything, although there are even some things outside of their control, like, you know, national demarcations, for example. But, you know, so whenever we're working, and anyone who does work design would focus on what is in the sphere of control of the group that you're looking at. And you sometimes have to recognize, yes, some things are outside of your sphere of control, and those things, you know, might just need to be parked. And so I think what I'm saying is that when you're doing redesign, you've got to think about the change process. You've got to implement the change in a good, positive, sensible way. And there's a lot of research around how to manage change, and making sure that you're not unrealistically raising expectations would be part of what we call a good quality change process. So yeah, there are definitely risks though if you don't manage the change well, which is that, you know, you can make things worse, right, through the process.
And I just wanted to ask two further questions. One was around, you talked about the hassles, the non-core work that kind of creates challenge for people. In that context, I just wanted to ask, we live in a world of increasing bureaucracy, not just in the ADF, but pretty much the world in general. Is that something that shows up in the literature as part of those hassles, and what do we do about it?
I think bureaucracy is both, if we go back to the SMART model, bureaucracy is both sometimes a demand, because yes, as you say, you know, you've got to jump through 45,000 loops in order to be able to do anything. And it also impinges on agency. So, you know, one of the ways, if we talk about, well, how do we redesign work to give people more autonomy? Sometimes it's about removing layers of bureaucracy, or allowing people to do things without having to jump through 45 hoops. That would be a good example of redesigning work to improve agency. So you are absolutely so spot on. bureaucracy is just, rampant in many, many organisations. And it's mostly implemented from this sort of risk perspective. It's the way that organisations manage risk. Let's put in all these controls and checks and balances. But the reality is it can also actually stifle innovation, creativity, effort, because it's just sometimes too hard. So very important. I'm glad you mentioned it, actually. It's a very important lever, I think, to improve work design, is to look at the bureaucracy and really understand, is it all necessary? Is there another way of doing it, etc.?
Yeah, thank you. And my last question, you talked about painting rocks in the Navy, and we've certainly heard that. We've also heard the moving rocks to only move them back again. But on a slightly more meaningful question, you said all work has a purpose, but we have certainly heard when people have been, for example, injured and they've had to move to a back squad or a rehab platoon or whatever, we've heard far too many accounts where people have just told us they sit in a room and, literally watch the paint on the wall sometimes.
And to me, that's a great example of, not paying attention to the work design of that person. It's, in fact, research shows that if people come back to work that is boring or that they feel is meaningless, they will be much more likely to, get sick or ill and or not come back at all. So, you have to work harder than that to create meaningful work for people. And I have to say, Karina, I'm thinking of some of the work we did in the police.
Yeah.
There were some great examples, and I can't unfortunately remember any right now, but some great examples of creative ways that police sergeants and things created meaningful work for people. Instead of using it as an excuse to sit them in the corner, pushing paper around, they were creative and they came up with some really cool ideas. As I say, unfortunately, I can't think of any now. But so again, I think it's about saying this is important. When people come back to work, it's not enough that they can have counselling. They need to come back to high quality, well-designed work that is meaningful. And what are we doing about making sure that's the case? Karina, can you think of a nice example from the police?
I can't think of one necessarily from the police, but I can elaborate both from, police and firefighters are examples. Here we have firefighters who are like in situations where it's, the unlocking of the gate is your duty, or something like that if you're injured. So similar to watching paint crumble off the walls or whatever your analogy, was that's there. And it's a combination of like an education piece from everyone who's involved in that return to work process, right? Because we know much more about physical accommodations and what are the physical limitations of people. But when it comes to psychological injury or, considerations as well, that becomes a less thought out or planned, what is the quality and the meaning of the work that's there. But what we do see is that when we have very rigid job descriptions and roles, it becomes very challenging, even for those wishing to design well-designed work, to go, hang on, but this person, can't carry a gun right now. So what happens to them, or whatever those situations are, where suddenly it's like, well, then they can't do anything. And that's not necessarily the case. So it actually loops all the way back almost to the bureaucracy or the autonomy kind of decisions of, are we able to break from some of those criteria and create more, is there the ability to create roles that potentially are collections of or subsets of different roles in a way that do actually fit and are suitable for that individual? Because if we just have a standard template of roles with very rigid rules and requirements, it doesn't enable for that diversity. And that diversity doesn't just deal with mental ill health, people in this space. It's diversity for all, right? So we're it goes back to a broader broader benefits.
If I can just add one quick comment also, I think this is a good example of how when you're looking at work design, you often have to be quite creative, and you should be challenging the assumptions of the norms of the way that things are normally done. And I'm thinking here, I did research, literally 30 years ago on police in the UK, and nobody believed it was possible to do police work part-time. This is impossible. It's a full-time job, and yet it took, people had to be persuaded. They had to be challenged in a lot. And this is what you're talking about, Karina. You have to challenge assumptions sometimes of what people can do and what sorts of roles are possible. That creative component is important as well when it comes to work design.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you for your evidence, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions from me, if I may. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, but the Pertzorg model that you mentioned from
Yes.
the Netherlands, my Dutch is not
Pertzorg.
match. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So, well, I'm pretty sure that Buurtzorg means neighbourhood in Dutch, but maybe someone could check that. But so, and I guess I used that as an example of how, if you are creative, actually, just as we've been talking about, you can come up with different models of designing work. So this was a model introduced in the Netherlands by a person called Jos de Blok, who was himself actually a residential nurse. And he really got frustrated with the way that residential care was delivered. So there were all these demarcations. You'd have a really educated nurse was allowed to give medication, and there was someone else to come in and they were allowed to, take bandages off, and there was someone else who would come in to do this. And that's the way we do our care. There's all demarcations. There's people of different levels who are allowed to do certain roles and so on. And what happened and why Jos de Blok created Buurtzorg is that things were just falling through the cracks. Care was falling through the cracks. So he said, well, what if we actually got together a group of educated workers who work together as a self-managed team, so lots of autonomy, lots of agency, and let them take responsibility for a neighbourhood and provide all of the care to the aged people in that neighbourhood. And actually they reduce the number of managers. So talking about bureaucracy, they reduce the bureaucracy because they basically said to these self-managing teams, here's your budget. You decide what you're going to do. You decide, whether person X is going to go where and if you need more training. And they gave people agency. So they freed up. And that's partly one of the reasons that Buurtzorg was more cost effective, because there were less hoops every time they wanted to do something. They could just do it because they had agency. And so they didn't need as many managers to manage them because they managed themselves. And so there's a lot written and published on this particular initiative. And I guess just to show that there are often we take for granted that the way our work is designed is the only way, but there are often other ways of designing the work. And these examples of people coming back from injury, I think that's where we need to say, well, is there another way? What could we do that's different? So, and that Buurtzorg is just a very well-researched example of how you can get that synergistic connection between work that is good for the individuals that do the work, the workers, but also good for the organisation itself.
Thank you. Just one other point. I think just leaving aside the example of the valuable work on the submarine workforce, I wondered how a restructuring or reframing, such as you're talking about, would work, a work design possibility. How would it work with, say, the infantry, where the roles are very structured and clearly defined and may be difficult to shift? I'm just curious whether some sort of work design is possible for something like an infantry or special forces unit.
I think that, to Sharon's point of, you sort of need to start with the diagnostic, or, what are the biggest demands and what are the opportunities or the resources, and not having done that. However, if you think of also work and mental health and well-being, and we see this across police, for example, who are typically more researched around their mental health and well-being, trajectories, that very often mental ill health and particular like negative events occur because of organisational demands. It's not the vicarious trauma, it's not those things, it's this combination of things. If we talk about the SAS or we talk about the infantry, there are still decisions made around work design in terms of rosters, deployment uncertainty, training, career trajectories, transparency that's there, the way in which people are briefed. There are many aspects which are still really important. Sometimes it's not like what means agency for people is appropriate levels of decision-making authority, right? It's not that they're involved in all of those decision-making authority. So a lot of times it's actually, do I feel really competent? Do I feel really trained? Do I feel very clear on how I am a part of the puzzle? Do I know how to get support? So in the R of the SMART model, we have peer and supervisory support that's there, which is, do I know where to go to get help if I need to from a work perspective, that's there. I am going to guess that there are many opportunities where you have people coming in these roles in which they're not really clear, or they're not really, getting the type of feedback that they need, or they're not really feeling like they're using their skills, and a number of these things. And or when they're being deployed and the decisions around that and the clarity around that there are many things that are in there that could actually be possibly quite small things, but would actually have major impact on people's mental health and well-being.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Don, for the Commonwealth, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Ribagotti, any matters arising?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. If there's no other issues, can the witnesses be excused from their summons?
Yes, they may.
Okay. I just want to thank you for your evidence and the amount of preparation you've put into speaking with us. It's very much appreciated and very helpful. You're excused from your summons to appear. Virtually, that was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn till tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 9:30 a.m. Thursday, the 20th of July.